They did it again last night. Another win on the road to give the A's a 17-6 road record as this early season run away from home continues to sizzle. The Athletics have won 4 in a row and 10 of their last 11 overall. Last night at the Trop, they grinded out a win as they pounced early and at the right time. Add in another impressive start by Drew Pomeranz and more lockdown work from the bullpen, and it ended with a 3-0 shutout win for the A's. Tonight, Tommy Milone takes the hill. He's been solid as of late, allowing only 1 run over his last 14 innings. Game 2, A's-Rays, next. We are inside Tropicana Field here in downtown St. Petersburg, Florida, where the A's are looking for their 5th consecutive win. And Kyle Blanks will get his first start in an A's uniform. He's going to play first base tonight, and Tommy Milone's going to get the baseball. While the A's are hot, they continue to play great baseball as we get set for Game 2 of this series. It's the Oakland A's and the Tampa Bay Rays coming up on Comcast Sportsnet, California. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's baseball. Along with Ray Fosse, I'm Glenn Kuiper. Couple of lefties as your pitching matchup, Eric Bedard and Tommy Milone. And Tommy Milone, very good in his last 2 starts, Ray, so hopefully he's starting to get into one of those roles.
You know, he not won a game until he faced his former club, the Washington Nationals, at the Coliseum, and what a great job he did. 8 shutout innings and facing the Nationals, who traded him to the Athletics. Good fastball working inside. He picked up his first win. Next start, gave up just 1 run, so in 2 starts, his last 2 starts, just a total of 1 run in 14 innings. Could have won the game. It was Abreu hitting the big home run late, and the A's lost the game, but Tommy Milone has pitched great when he's been in the rotation.
4 more shutout innings from the A's bullpen last night. They continue to be a great story, and really, Ray, it's not just a couple guys that carry this bullpen. It's such a deep bullpen, and most of them are pitching pretty well.
Well, they're pitching great, and Drew Pomeranz went just 5 innings again, 3rd consecutive start, pitching 5 innings, so the bullpen knows they're going to get the work. Dan Otero has been absolutely tremendous, a ground ball pitcher. It's a couple of innings for him, and then Gregerson comes in, gets a big double play ground ball to get out of a tough jam. And then the hard-throwing lefty, Sean Doolittle, who looks like he's the closer now, at least for now. He came in and got through the 9th inning to pick up the save. A great outing by Pomeranz, and especially the bullpen, to save it with 4 outstanding innings.
2 teams really headed in opposite directions right now. A's are playing great baseball. The Rays, they continue to struggle. They're trying to get things turned around. So we'll have lineups and first pitch in just a little bit, but up next, we'll head back inside the A's pregame live studios for a sports update, and then back to St. Petersburg. Stick around.
Brought to you by Jack in the Box. Head to Jack in the Box and try the new Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. It's Jack's hottest sandwich yet. And by Toyota, #1 in MPG, durability, and resale value. Toyota, let's go places.
Well, we're just moments away from first pitch. Game 2 of this 3-game series between the A's and the Rays inside Tropicana Field here in St. Petersburg. Let's check the game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open daily starting this Friday, May 23rd. Outside, 83 degrees. Another beautiful day in Florida, but we are inside under the roof. And the A's are hot, just like the weather outside. A's have won 4 in a row. They have won 10 out of 11, and they bring a 29-16 record into tonight's game. Kyle Blanks is in the lineup tonight. Let's check it out. In full, Gentry will lead off in center. Blanks hits second. He's at first. Then it's Donaldson, Cespedes, who will DH, and Norris. Moss is in left. Callaspo at second. Reddick in right. Punto at short. There's your A's lineup.
And there's your starting pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays. We said it last year with the Houston Astros. We won 4 games and 32 starts, but Eric Bedard, 35 years young, 2-1 record pitching for the Rays as he is making his 7th start. And with the injuries to several pitchers, Eric Bedard, with his 91, 92 mile an hour fastball and assortment of pitches, gets the start tonight. He's ready to go, Kev. He's ready to go, and and he's looking around like, why can't I pitch? Because it's not time to pitch.
It is now. So Gentry steps in, and we're set for baseball as veteran left-hander Eric Bedard kicks. And the first pitch of the game is a fastball low.
And that's his style right there, where he turns his back and he doesn't overpower hitters. He will mix his pitches. He'll throw fastball both sides of the plate. But the deception is what he relies on mainly, and his deception is turning his back to the hitter.
Fastball and a swing and a miss by Bedard. So the count 1-1. Take a look at his motion, right?
Well, you try to find the baseball, but there's the back. You can see his name and number, and then when he turns, as he picks up the target, you try to pick up the baseball. His 4 starts, he's done quite well with an impressive earned run average. As you'll see back-to-back lefties tonight and tomorrow, as Cobb is a definite in the final game of the series. So the right-hander last night and lefty tonight and tomorrow for the Rays.
Bedard ahead in the count. Interesting story with Eric Bedard, the way it all worked out with the Rays. He signed a minor league contract right before the start of spring training, Ray, and as a lot of these contracts do, he had an opt-out on a certain date of spring training, meaning if he's not sure if he's going to make the team, he can opt out of the contract. Well, he did that, but then he re-signed another minor league contract with the Rays just a couple days later. And ends up, they, due to injuries, have needed him, and he's pitched very well. And then he opens up the game with a strikeout of Gentry. Talk more about Bedard, but let's check out the defense behind the left-hander. It's Geyer, Jennings, Myers in the outfield. Longoria, Escobar, Rodriguez, Loney on the infield with Ryan Hannigan behind the plate. So Eric Bedard brought along for insurance, and he's been needed. And he has indeed pitched well.
And that's usually what happens in those instances. And Sam Fuld the same way. They just had him with an opt-out, and due to injuries, especially Craig Gentry, who started the season on the DL, Sam Fuld started, did well, and was designated, and not surprisingly, the Twins picked him up.
So here's Kyle Blanks. First start for the A's. He's hitting second. He's playing first base tonight.
I think a lot for Eric Bedard, who last year pitched for the Astros, and while the Astros are an up-and-coming club, he made 32 starts, won just 4 games, lost 12. But you'd have to think the difference for him, he's never played in a postseason, never played on a winning team, so he gets the opportunity of the Rays, and I'm sure his attitude considerably different now with the Rays and Joe Madden and Jim Hickey, as opposed to maybe last year with the Astros. And I guess you could say he proved he could pitch, and now he's with a club that is expected to win in the tough Eastern Division.
A good fastball up around the letters, and it's 2-2.
Again, he's not overpowering. He's just trying to find the baseball, and he hides it well. And that's a very hittable fastball down the middle, belt high. And Blanks just swings through it, as is the case with Gentry, who swung through a couple of fastballs and took the curveball for strike 3.
And a breaking ball, and Blanks chased it, and that's back-to-back strikeouts to open up the game.
Well, Odorizzi last night struck out the side twice. One inning throwing 40 pitches doing it, but tonight, first 2 batters, both victims of the curveball. This one a swing and a miss on perhaps a curveball out of the strike zone.
So 2 outs, and that'll bring up Donaldson. Donaldson hitting .274 with 10 homers, 35 RBIs. The career of Eric Bedard started with the Orioles. And then he was in Seattle, Boston, Pittsburgh, and as Ray said, Houston last year, the Rays this year.
Big trade was the Seattle-Baltimore 3-team deal, and he was one of the major factors in that, but really never performed as everybody expected.
In his 2 best years, in 2006, he was 15-11. And in 2007, he was 13-5 with the Orioles. And then it was after that season when that big trade occurred, and the Mariners thought they were getting a middle of the rotation pitcher, and he just couldn't get it together. But he retires the A's in order in the top of the first. So we're headed to the bottom of the first. Tommy Malone looking for his 2nd win of the year. And they have shaken things up a little bit with their lineup, trying to get their offense going. Will Myers will lead off tonight. Longoria will hit 2nd, Loney 3rd, and then Geyer, Rodriguez, Escobar, Jennings, Forsythe, and Hannigan. So Myers and Longoria hitting 1st and 2nd tonight.
Tommy Malone making his 8th start, and his record 1-3, a little deceiving because he could have had maybe a couple, 2 or 3 more wins if the bullpen had hung on with a save. It did not happen, especially his nice start against the White Sox. He had a lead when he left the game. He did win against the Nationals, and against the Rays, he's made 3 starts. He's allowed 5 home runs, and that's the key because the first pitch of the game, his last start against Gordon Beckham, the White Sox, gone. But John Jaso in the bottom of the inning did the same thing. So back-to-back leadoff home runs by the White Sox, Beckham, and John Jaso of the Athletics, and that was in the start. His last one against the White Sox at the Coliseum.
Thought he had a win in that one, but got away a little bit late on the A's. So here's Will Myers hitting in the leadoff spot. Malone's first pitch. He is on the outside corner for a strike.
And Cap, that pitch right there says it all. Tommy Malone throwing the 2-seam fastball that had the slight movement, the 2-seam action instead of the 4-seam, and that is a very good pitch.
So Tommy Malone pitching well as of late, trying to build off these last 2 starts. against the Nationals, and then that start against the White Sox. It was a good changeup down and away. Myers just got a piece of it. So the count 1-2. Myers hitting .240 with 4 home runs and 20 RBIs. He was 0 for 2 with a couple of walks last night. Last year's American League Rookie of the Year.
As you mentioned last night, came over from the Kansas City Royals in the trade. Big game James Shields, but not surprisingly, he's not wearing batting gloves. Great George Brett, the Hall of Famer. The same without batting gloves, and 3,000 plus hits, and there's Myers, and that's something, that's a rarity there, that you see a hitter not wearing batting gloves. That means they get a lot of calluses and they have a lot of pine tar gets on their hands before the game's over.
2-2 pitch. Outside 3-2 to Myers.
And this one tailed just a little bit off the plate. Derek Norris set up outside, but did not get the call from Milwaukee. At least Milwaukee's moving a little bit as Derek Norris moves.
3-2 pitch to Myers is rolled to Donaldson, who backs up, fires, and not in time. Myers showing pretty good speed to first, and he beat it.
Donaldson's pointing in like he wants a challenge. He did back up. He has a very strong arm. He has a tall first baseman, and he got the safe call. And he wanted to make sure he did throw it hard, accurate. But while he might want a challenge, I don't know that Bob Melvin wants to waste a challenge, although he hit the middle of the bag. Myers did, which is always tough, especially for a runner running down the line. We saw the inconclusive last night that helped the A's, and maybe thinking the same thing about not wasting a challenge of the first batter was something that was not conclusive.
So here's Longoria. Let's take a closer look. Let's see.
It's maybe a quarter of an inch.
Yeah.
It was not conclusive. It was one of those that just, unfortunately, you've seen too many that have been upheld.
High pop-up foul territory. Blanks. We'll watch it go into the seats about 4 rows back. So 1-1 to Longoria, 257 with 4 homers, 22 RBIs. There's really nobody on the Rays that's hitting right now. And Longoria 0 for 4 last night. He's going to get hot, and he is one of those guys that can carry it for a while, but he has really struggled in the month of May, hitting just a shade over 200 this month. And 2-1 now to Longoria with James Loney in the on-deck circle. The Rays are 19-27 on the year. They've lost 3 in a row, and they have lost 10 out of their last 14. So struggling big time, but still only 5.5 games back in the East. Joe Madden probably cooking up some ideas of how he can get a good vibe going in that clubhouse. He's known for that. Right now, they just cannot get it going. They got the 2nd worst record in the American League. Only the Astros have a worse record. And I don't know that thought I'd be saying that at this time of year about these guys. 14 runs scored in their last 7 games. Good pitch. Blanks. Foul territory, and Blanks kind of misjudged it. It landed to his left. It was not a ball that I believe Caspo was going to be able to catch. It was Blanks or nobody.
Well, the problem you have with this roof, he looked up, he took his eye off, and then trying to find, he lost it. He completely lost it. It's behind him. And as he kept running, and then he pointed up, and ideally, if you can run with your head up, watching the flight of the baseball, you have a much better chance to catch it. But if you drop your head to try to get the location, look back, you never find it. It's just something about the color of the roof. And this is now with this daylight outside tomorrow with the 4 o'clock start, it's really going to be tough to pick up the ball.
Longoria pops it up again. Callaspo's going to grab this one, and he does, and that's out number 1. Defensively for the A's in this one, it'll be Moss out in left field, Gentry in center, Reddick in right, Donaldson, Punto, Callaspo, Blanks. Callaspo making his first start at second base this year, and Derek Norris is behind the plate. So we've seen Callaspo bounce around. Done most of his work as the designated hitter, but his first start at second base, and he's got the small glove going. See that?
Well, I was thinking he has been playing some first, and then you get the taller first baseman in Blanks. So if he ventures over towards first base, you're going to see. Talk about run differential. How about height differential?
Teammate height differential. The way the A's are going, they're probably leading in that too.
Yeah. I think it's interesting to see what Joe Mann has done with James Loney. And at times when a hitter is facing a left-handed pitcher, might be down in the batting order, as Brandon Moss is for the A's, not with left-hander Bedard. But James Loney hitting third. Of course, he uses the whole field and hitting over 300. I think lefties bother him, and that's the reason he's sitting where he is.
Yeah, his breakdown, 318 versus lefties this year and 44 at bats. I think Joe Madden just trying anything at this point. Yeah. He's got Brandon Geyer as his cleanup hitter. But in this case, maybe get your what he thinks are his 3 best hitters at the top of the order. Anything. Loney fouls one just past the A's dugout down the third baseline.
You know, the reasoning behind having certain guys hit in a certain part of the lineup, your best hitters at the top, as you mentioned, they may get an extra at bat. As the lineup turns over, you get towards the end of the game, and instead of getting 4, you might get 5 at bats, and that could turn out to be very important with your best hitters at the top. It's a lot more to putting a lineup together than just putting names down and positions, because it's a matter of who's pitching, the matchups, who's in the bullpen, who's going to be coming in. You want back-to-back lefties or righties with a power guy coming out of the bullpen.
1-2 now to Loney. You think about in the American League, it may sound kind of random, but how important is it to have a good ninth place hitter?
That's a great point. Yeah.
Ninth place hitter is hitting 260, 270. I mean, of course, that's a huge difference than in the National League, but man, that's like having a good hitter hitting ninth. Talk about getting things going.
And it could be your second leadoff hitter if he leads off an inning, and then you have your leadoff hitter following him. And having the speed back-to-back 9-1 turns out to be great, and cannot think anything more about than the Angels with the way they did it a few years back. Time now for the Nissan Keys of the Game for Tommy Malone. Mechanics have changed, and they've worked. Last couple of starts, he has made some slight changes in his setup, his positioning on the mound, and his arm angle, and trying to get the ball quicker and out of his glove into the hand and to the plate. And of course, again, take advantage of a struggling team, but they can get better. And you just wonder when they are going to get better, because the A's right now are the exact opposite of the Rays. The A's are making things happen, and the Rays just not coming through the hit. But it is a long season. That's one thing Joe Madden preaching to his ball club, that it is 162 games. Don't get down on yourself. And from the A's standpoint, try to keep winning and try to put some distance between themselves and teams chasing.
2-2 pitch, strike 3 called on the outside corner. Well placed by Tommy Malone, and he gets his first strikeout.
Little cut fastball, just a little cutter that took way to the outside part of the plate. Not the true big slider, little cutter, and a pitch that Tommy is throwing very effectively, along with a 2-seam fastball. First pitch that he threw to Myers. And there it is, the fastball and changeup 76% of the time. Cutter will use sparingly, but curveball, but fastball and changeup. He is a very good pitcher just with those 2 pitches.
Here's Geyer. Runner goes, and the ball is hit toward right field. Reddick's going back. He's near the warning track, and he's got it side retired. So with the runner moving, Geyer flies out, and we're through one in St. Petersburg. No score. Steam train through the Redwoods or a beach train to Santa Cruz, Roaring Camp is the ride of a lifetime. Hey, that's Pelican.
Wow.
Did you know that?
I just heard you say that. Is that indoors?
So he's watching the entrance to Tropicana Field. A's will have a day game here tomorrow. 4 o'clock local start. And then on to Toronto to play the Rays. Or to play the Jays, I should say.
Jays, Rays, A's, they're all mixed together. And that start tomorrow at 4:10 local time, 4 o'clock. That's their idea of a day game. That's
they're sort of trying to help the A's out.
Yeah, that's the end of a day game. Red Sox do that, Fenway.
1-1 to Cespedes. Cespedes DHing tonight with Moss playing left field. Yeah, but the Jays, lots of power.
Yes.
So good offensive team, and they're playing well. The Jays have won 6 out of 8. They're at Boston right now, so they will also have a game tomorrow. So they will head home after a late afternoon game tomorrow.
Just thinking about the Tigers on the trip. They finished a series in Cleveland. They go home and then come to Oakland Monday.
Yep.
So just a short homestand for them at the weekend. It's off the mask of Hannigan, who was wearing the hockey style mask, as Jose Molina the back. Jose's got to be happy tonight that Hannigan's back.
Yeah. 3 starts in a row, man.
Yeah. But Hannigan pinched hit and caught the last inning last night, and proving that the hamstring injury, the slight sprain, he's okay to play.
2-2 pitches up and away, not close. 3-2.
As the veteran backup catcher, Jose Molina. Well, he just said, I don't want to catch every day. I mean, you start getting up in age, you know, and you start thinking about catching every day, and wear and tear on the body affects his speed.
Cespedes hits it hard to Escobar, who is shaded toward the hole. His throw pulls Loney off the bag, and Cespedes is safe. So Escobar, he had time. It was a long throw, but he had time, and he pulled Loney off. See where he's playing. He's in the hole.
And that's right to him. So he had him played perfectly, had plenty of time. And Loney, actually, pretty smart play by the veteran first baseman, because if he tries to stretch and misses it, Cespedes is going to get another bag. So at least he keeps a double play in order. Cespedes coming down the line and is awarded first base on an E6. Hits the curveball very hard, but right to Escobar.
So that's the first error in the series for the Rays. They've done a pretty good job defensively this year. That's their 24th error of the year. Only the Orioles have made fewer errors in the American League.
Probably be saying that in September. Pretty good defensive.
Weren't the Orioles terrific defensively last year? They made 54 errors total last year, the Orioles, and just 21 so far this year. 1-1 now to Derek Norris, hitting in the 5th spot. 351 is the average for Norris with 4 homers and 20 RBI.
We always see a pitcher when he has to pitch out of the stretch for the first time. For Bedard, the deception out of the windup where he turns his back. He can't do that out of the stretch because it takes too much time. Then the runner first gets a good jump. So that changes considerably. He'll use a slide step to quicken his throw to the plate.
How much you think that back turn that he does helps his 90-91 mile an hour fastball maybe look a little quicker? Because it seems like he gets a lot of swings and misses, even though the miles per hour says 90-91.
And hitters will tell you that as soon as they can pick up the baseball, they can determine what pitch it is, fastball, breaking pitch, whatever. But if he turns his back as Bedard does, and you can't find the baseball until it's released and all of a sudden it's on top of you. Remember, hitters only have less than a second to determine what they're going to do, and if you can't pick the ball up until it's halfway to the plate, you are going to get swing and misses. Dan Straley, I mean, we're surprised with his velocity, not overpowering, a lot of swing and misses, the deception and the late movement. But I think you're correct that the deception and especially turning the back, hitters just cannot pick up the baseball.
3-2 now, so it helps the pitcher hide the ball for a split second longer, and that's all you really need.
And one thing you'll see is this 3-1 breaking pitch. He's not overpowering. He's not going to blow guys away, even with the deception. And as a result, you get the changeups, the curveballs, and a lot of off-speed pitches when, as they call the fastball counts, and that's what the 3-1, 3-2 counts are.
Cespedes with the lead, 3-2 timeout called. Well, when Bedard was doing his thing with the Orioles and getting a fair amount of strikeouts, if I remember correctly, he had a good slider, kind of a wipeout slider that he got a lot of his strikeouts with.
Back foot to the right-handers, and left-handers had no chance. A couple of true lefties in the lineup tonight, also some switch hitters.
Norris fouls it straight back.
-2 last year, and with an .836 earned run average.
Didn't he get knocked out in the first inning in Oakland? The A's did it twice in that series to the Astros starters. So Bedard is ready. Outfield shifted quite a ways toward left center field. That one bounced foul past Mike Gallego.
Great at bat Derek Norris had last night against Odorizzi. 13 pitch at bat, fouled off 8 after 2 strikes. And said, how'd that feel? And he said, I felt so bad. He said, I could not figure out anything. Because remember the first swing was late, fouled the ball over the first base side. He said the ball was on me, and I realized it's a strike, and I had to do something. And at an emergency, he swung and fouled it. The poor kid, Odorizzi, last night, 4 2/3, and 21 foul balls with 2 strikes on the batter, just could not put them away and had a short outing.
And Norris with a good take on 3-2, and the A's got something going, an error and a walk.
And that's pretty good at bat, you know, take a change up, and maybe Derek Norris realizing that Bedard would go to his off-speed stuff. But for the night that Derek Norris had and seeing all the pitches, that he said, I felt horrible at the plate. And some nights, I guess, they're like that, and maybe it makes you a little bit more patient.
So here's Moss, another RBI opportunity for Moss. He's got 39 RBIs on the year. First pitch to Moss is a fastball outside. In the American League, Abreu from the White Sox leads the league in RBIs with 42, but remember, he's on the disabled list. Moss and Miguel Cabrera are tied for second in RBIs with 39. Nelson Cruz has 38. Donaldson and Encarnacion have 35. Missed again, 2-0. Also third in the league in slugging percentage.
Well, the interesting alignment with those numbers and with the left-hander pitching and pitching him outside. Look at where Escobar is playing, and Longoria, the third baseman. Longoria is staying close because he does not want to give Cespedes the bag on a stolen base attempt. But they continue to pitch him outside. Moss goes to the opposite field very well.
Had a pitch to hit. Hits it high and foul up over our head. Got a 2-0 fastball and took a good swing at it. So 30 pitches so far for Eric Bedard. Rays bullpen last night. Heavy workload, 4 1/3. They've had a lot of heavy workloads this year, the bullpen.
Did not look to second base. Instead, immediately threw to the plate. Hannigan wanted it down and away. It was up and in, and Hannigan was lucky to make the catch. Might have hit Bill Welke and the mask had he not caught it.
So 3-1. Cespedes at second, Norris at first, and here's the pitch, and Moss lays off, and the bases are loaded with nobody out.
Brandon Moss thinking, be patient, and he was very patient on the pitch down and away. And that's simply a hitter being patient, taking the walk. Jim Hickey has made a lot of trips to the mountain. Pitching coach for the Rays.
Seems like there's a fine line, and we just saw it with Brandon Moss. And we talk about RBI guys maybe expanding their strike zone a little bit to try to knock in a run, but that fine line is between expanding just a little bit but not chasing. Because I think you want the big guys to maybe expand a little bit, but not to the point where they're waving at pitches. And that was a perfect example.
Yeah, if he had tried to expand there and tried to pull the ball, it would have been a ground ball double play if he had made contact, because the only way he could have hit the ball solidly was go to the opposite field, and it was too far outside to do that.
First pitch to Callaspo is a breaking ball in first strike. Well, I think that's an area where the A's excel at, and quite frankly maybe are better at it than a lot of other teams.
The idea of good hitting is a swing at strikes, and that's the bottom line. If you don't get a strike, you don't swing.
Callaspo hitting .240 with 3 home runs and 15 RBI. He's hitting .190 from the right side, .264 from the left side. And now he's behind in the count 0-2. Reddick will be next.
Slow curveball and a changeup from Bedard to the switch hitter. We've seen the A's pitchers with the bases loaded for the Athletics, but A's pitchers trying to figure out pitches maybe that aren't working, and they make adjustments. I think Bedard's trying to do the same thing. His fastball against the lefty Moss was not effective.
Swing and a miss. Got him to chase. So a big strikeout for Bedard, his third. Almost looked like a quick pitch.
Yeah, it was a quick pitch and threw a changeup, floated away out of the strike zone, and maybe the quickness of his delivery and pitch way outside, really no chance to make contact, and maybe that in itself is a good idea.
So 1 out for Reddick. Reddick hitting .230 with 4 homers, 20 RBIs. He was 0 for 4 last night. First pitch is a fastball fouled straight back.
Now last night the A's scored 3 runs in the second inning with 2 outs, but let's not forget in the first inning they had a runner at third, 1 out, didn't get him in, and in the 6th inning had a couple of opportunities with the bases loaded and didn't get him. So they left a runner at third 3 different times last night. And of all the great things the A's have done, that's probably the one issue that they've had this year when they've been given the gifts, if you will, the runner at third and less than 2 outs, and have not been able to capitalize.
Shows bunt, pitches outside. And that may be where your pitching picks you up a little bit.
Exactly.
As the A's, they're pitching best team ERA in the American League.
And they did it last night. Like
last night was a perfect example.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I both said it felt like it maybe was or should have been maybe 5-0.
Yeah.
The Rays may feel the same way. They're probably thinking, well, no, it should have been closer because we hit into 3 double plays.
Right.
But the point is the A's pitchers maybe picked up the hitters last night. 2-1 now to Reddick. A's were 3 for 16 with runners in scoring position last night. So they had all kinds of opportunities.
Yeah, that's the amazing thing. You look at those numbers, and to win a game 3-0, and they're just 3 for 16. But Bedard, as was the case with Moss, the other left-hander, the true lefty, kind of changes a little bit. Does not throw the changeup that he throws effectively to the right-handers. A good fastball there.
Now 2-2 to Reddick.
A hittable fastball, 2-1. Josh at the toe tap right there. Just opened up a little bit too much and got under the ball. Close it up, think opposite field, up the middle, opposite field, and react on pitches in.
Puto waits in the on-deck circle. 2-2 pitch. Bounce towards second. Rodriguez charges. Out at second. No! He threw it into left field. 1 run scores. 2 runs are going to score. How about that?
Wow.
Rodriguez rushed it, and he threw it past Escobar, and he threw it into left field. So the Rays don't get any outs, and the A's score twice.
And this could have been an inning double play. And Escobar tried his best, could not get it. And unbelievable, but an error and a walk started it, and an error helps the A's score a couple of runs when the Rays could have been out of the inning. Well, Moss was going to go in hard to Escobar, but really not much of a chance even to do that had Escobar caught the ball. And Rodriguez, 2 errors in the inning. An Escobar error and now a Rodriguez error. Not assume a double play, so Reddick will get an RBI. But the A's once again taking advantage of mistakes, and right now nobody's better than the A's, at least watching them every day, of seizing the opportunity when a mistake is made.
And you just, I mean, where Rodriguez threw that, it's just really not fair to the shortstop, because he's kind of flying across the bag to the outfield side, and to throw it anywhere but in that direction, he's not going to be able to catch it. So 1-0 to Punto. Now the A's have a chance for a big inning. Slow curve in first, right?
Yeah, this is
a perfect view here.
Yeah, a great view, and really for Rodriguez, maybe thinking got to hurry a little bit to turn a double play, but he's got to realize you got to get 1 first, and if you get the double play, great. Otherwise, give up the 1 run because you're playing back for a double play. And if you don't get it, it's really no fault of the infielders, as they are instructed to play back for 2.
1-1 pitch to Punto is a fastball first, right? So the A's have 2 runs without a hit. How about that?
Yep. And especially Bedard was a double play to get out of the inning, started bases loaded, nobody out, and that quickly the errors contribute to down 2-0.
Punto chops one over the mound right to Escobar, and the Rays will turn this double play. 6-3, side retired, but 2 walks, 2 errors, and 2 runs for the A's as we head to the bottom of the second.
Tuesdays park for free at select Tuesday home games and get a ticket to the game for only $4 while supplies last. To act on this special discount, purchase online only at athletics.com/Tuesday and use promo code Chevy. Free parking Tuesday driven by Chevrolet. Next one will be coming up Tuesday night when the Detroit Tigers are in town. That will be the second of a 4-game series. Steve Johnston, the former legal counsel for a lot of people, including the A's, Tampa Bay Bucks. Now he's doing the Ironman. He's a legal counsel for Ironman races. So he's doing a lot of traveling and got his Oakland A's free T-shirt on from Steve Vucinich and got the good seats from Mickey Morbido. So life is good for Steve Johnston.
Into the right field corner. Reddick near the wall, and Reddick caught it. Sean Rodriguez hit it right into the corner. And the wall gets short down there in the corner, but Reddick had just enough room to make the catch.
Well, and it's a bigger warning track also down in the corner. Josh Reddick knows the distance he has, but with the warning track, he jumped a little prematurely, but caught the ball and then banged into the wall. Had another step, but a great play by Josh Reddick. Concentration, picked up where he was location-wise, and as he banged into the wall, able to make the play. Warning track normally is about 3 steps, but down in that corner, it's extended, and that can affect an outfielder both in left field and right field. And Josh Reddick, one of the best in playing in right field.
So here's Yunel Escobar, the shortstop, takes the ball. Escobar 260 with 3 home runs, 9 RBIs. He hits one high and foul. So the A's with a couple of runs without a hit at the top of the second inning. There's a base hit to right field. So Escobar goes the other way. So that's the second hit for the Rays. So the A's score first again, and when that happens, the A's are 18-2. Best record in the majors. No surprise there.
That time, Nick Punto kind of shading. Escobar. Escobar shading Escobar towards the bag at second, and Escobar took the inside out swing and shot it to right field. Sometimes playing straight up works for you, but you shift a little bit, you change position a little bit, and hitters take advantage of it at times, and that time Escobar did.
Here's Desmond Jennings. Jennings takes a pitch on the inside corner first try. It's funny, the A's did not score first in Cleveland in all 3 games, but they still won all 3 games.
That's a great point. Cleveland scored first in all 3 games. Yeah. But meanwhile, the Tribe has won 3 in a row, defeating the Tigers 3 straight.
That's right, a wild one today. A little flare, and that's going to be nothing but trouble. It drops, and Jennings is going to go to second. Escobar will stop at third, and you knew that was trouble right off the bat. So Jennings with a bloop double, second and third, 1 out for Logan Forsythe.
Well, it jammed him, but because of where they were playing him and the fact that Blanks was holding the runner, long run for everybody, nobody could get to it, and plus it checked up on the field turf. Escobar reading it, spun around. Once he saw it, he could get to third easily because the hitter, Jennings, with his tremendous speed, was going to make it into second without any problem.
So here's Logan Forsythe. The Rays, who got shut out last night, an opportunity to get on the board for the first time in this series. A's play the infield back, except for Donaldson at third. First pitch is a strike. 86 miles an hour. Opponents hitting 200 against Malone with runners in scoring position.
7 strikeouts against the former team, Tommy Malone, the Washington Nationals, and fastball inside was his best pitch.
And there's a shot to Donaldson, who grabs it, and everybody has to scramble back, and that's out number 2. That right there, folks, is one team going bad and another team going good.
Well, the good news for the Rays, Jennings didn't get doubled off because he took off, but Donaldson looked immediately second. No chance for Escobar third, but Donaldson caught it, looked both places, and he didn't throw it. That's good news. Had no chance to get anybody. That's the only error the A's made in Cleveland, was the Donaldson throw to first base trying to double up a runner who had no chance to double him up. But this time, I wouldn't say he played him perfectly. It's just the fact that Forsythe hit it perfectly to Donaldson.
So 2 outs for Ryan Hannigan, the catcher. Hannigan came over in the offseason in a trade from the Cincinnati Reds, and as soon as the Rays acquired Hannigan, they signed him to a 3-year contract extension. That's a nice way to make you feel welcome to your new team.
Catchers like pitchers are at a premium. So if you can get a good one, and Hannigan's proven that, might as well try to lock him up.
Fastball for a strike, 1-1 the count.
I think the Rays, in a sense, similar to other clubs that maybe don't draw a lot. Payroll needs to be low, and you try to lock up players that you want to be a part of your club and try to get them to agree to a contract. Maybe they could get more if they went on the free agent market. But a lot of players like to play here, and especially for Joe Madden.
Just a bit inside, 2-1. Hannigan, .238 the average with 3 home runs. Good pitch right at the knees, and Now it's 2-2. Hannigan probably thought it was a little bit low.
Well, every pitcher, this is a dream to get this pitch called a strike, especially the height of it, location down the middle, but the heights and. Thank you.
Maybe a little low.
Also, it looked like Garrett North's a little close to the hitter. Always concerned. Hannigan noticed last night the one inning caught very close to the catcher. A great side camera shot that shows the closeness of the catcher to the hitter.
2-2 pitch just missed inside. So now a full count with Will Myers in the on-deck circle.
Didn't miss by much, and had it had any part of the plate, Hannigan was not going to be able to pull the trigger. And that's a big sigh of relief when you don't hear the umpire ring you up.
There's your runners. Escobar at third, Jennings at second. Full count. Popped up. Right side, shallow right field. Callaspo grabs it, and Tommy Malone works out of it as the Rays had second, third, and one out, and they do not score. 2-0 A's after 2. To hashtag CSNCA fan photo. Get your name down in your hometown for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast. It's all brought to you by AT&T. Tonight's fan photo is Stephen Santos from Sacramento. That's about as small of an A's uniform as you're going to find.
Yes, you're right. And I don't think Stephen even thought his picture was being taken. And all of a sudden,
sleep. Bedard back to work. He'll face the top of the A's order here in the third. Gentry, Blanks, and Donaldson.
I think you always look for a club when they struggle. First time through the batting order, seeing a pitcher, how they adjust second time. Gentry struck out on a curveball, as did Blanks. First two hitters against this left-hander. The A's still looking for the first hit.
Pitch there, and it's 0-2 to Gentry.
That was the 46th pitch thrown by Bedard.
He's got a no-hitter going.
He's got a no-hitter. But you just kind of look at the next couple, 2 or 3 innings, and that's how the A's get a starting pitcher out in the 5th and 6th.
It's working. A's leading the American League in runs scored. They now have scored 240 runs.
What's the differential now?
Goodness. Well, it's over 100. It's right at 100. run differential of plus 100 in game number 46. Oh, 2 pitch to Gentry is in the dirt. The White Sox are second in the league in runs scored. The Angels are third, and the Blue Jays are fourth. So those are your top 4 run scoring teams in the American League. But the run differential, the A's first, and that's in all of baseball. Tigers, Rockies, Angels, Giants, the top 5 in run differential.
Tigers had a 9-7 lead bottom of the 9th inning today. Murphy, home run off his former teammate Joe Nathan.
Yep.
2-run shot to tie it. And what did I hear? They won it on a walk-off balk.
They did. 13. Well, the Tigers scored a run in the top of the 13th to take a 10-9 lead. And then the Indians came back and scored 2. The final one coming on a balk by Al Albuquerque, and that's how the winning run scored.
So Albuquerque gave up the walk-off to Brantley in the extra inning game. I think it was Albuquerque, and then he gave it up today. I wonder if he kissed the baseball when he did that.
Oh, haven't gotten over that one yet, huh, Ray?
Well, no, it's just that sometimes when you do things and, people remember it. No, actually, it was Vince Cajonio reminded me of that, but it's something you do remember. But, it's just like shooting the arrow, doing a lot of different things. If you're going to be successful 100% of the time, you can do those things. But once you don't, then people remember it.
So here's Kyle Blanks. First pitch to Blanks is up and away. Blanks struck out swinging in the first inning. Fastball they hit there. 1-1 the count. And again, shake that one off a little bit.
The catchers have added the pad on the right shoulder. See the flappy pad, which does not restrict your throwing. It's supposed to protect the right shoulder. That's how little it protected. Check the right shoulder.
Oh,
it hit the pad, and that's supposed to help protect. He should actually ask to throw a couple of pitches, throw a couple, because yeah.
That's feel for you catcher.
That's right on the point of the shoulder.
And Blanks waves at that one.
Excellent changeup again from the left-hander. Pulled the string. And as we've seen tonight with a changeup, that's a strike regardless. That's one of those at about 50 miles an hour.
If he throws it again to Blanks, they're setting up outside. And he did. That time it drops low. So Blanks took a better look at that one.
See, there's a happy man because he doesn't catch anymore. Josh Donaldson's a third baseman. Unless there's an emergency, so he watches Hannigan take one on the right shoulder and says, I can sure feel a lot better swinging the bat with a healthy right shoulder instead of worrying about that.
2-2 pitch. Another changeup, and that one was high. So 3 straight changeups to Blanks, and now a full count. Maybe Bedard threw his best changeup early in the count, which happens sometimes with pitchers.
And if he'd thrown any of the following 2 close to the strike zone, he probably would have gotten a strike.
And went with a sharp breaking ball indeed, and Blanks strikes out for the second time. So 2 outs here in the third inning.
Well, a lot of off-speed pitches and finishing with the same curveball that he struck him out at the first at bat. This being the 3-2, 2-2 the first at bat. Still hard to look at Blanks and picture him 60 pounds lighter. He's 300 pounds with the Padres and he's down to 240, and he just looks totally different. Has to feel a lot better with less weight, but just looks a lot different. It's a prime prospect in the Padres organization.
Yeah, they thought he was going to be a star. Here's Donaldson. Donaldson waiting on the changeup. That almost was a swing, like he knew a changeup was coming. Donaldson hit a fly ball to center field in the first inning. Donaldson was 0 for 4 with a walk in last night's game.
Well, if Hannigan said anything after that pitch was called a ball, because Hannigan was the victim of a low strike when he was facing Tommy Malone.
Setting up outside and just missed with a fastball. No swing, says Jim Wolf.
Look how close Hannigan is with the catcher's mitt. That's how close, even you see how close the bat was to the catcher's mitt. That's catcher's interference if there's contact, and that's dangerously close for a catcher to a hitter.
Good pitch there. Is there any advantage?
No.
For a catcher to be a little bit closer
toward home plate? Breaking pitch.
Yeah.
But look at this. Watch his swing.
Well, he does look close.
Yeah. The only help that he has is that the hitter goes forward as you hold the mitt steady. But all it takes is for a hitter to go back and then come forward, and you stick your mitt out. That's when you make contact.
Right field, Myers going back. Now he's under it. He's got it. Side retired. Flips it into the seats. A souvenir for some lucky fan out in right field. Bottom of the third coming up. 2-0. The A's lead. A 2-run homer, and with that home run he becomes the franchise leader in home runs for the Tampa Bay Rays. That was home run number 164. He passed up Carlos Pena. Now has 166 does Evan Longoria, and you know what, I think he's going to be the Rays franchise leader in home runs for a very long time. He's got a contract that runs through 2022.
Yep. And deservedly. Yep. He signed a big contract, and of course they extended, added a lot more money to the contract, and he will be a Ray for life.
And he will hit second in this inning with Myers leading it off. Well, I think if you were able to, I don't know if build is the right word, but put your team together around Longoria and Will Myers, who was the Rookie of the Year, that would be a good thing. It wouldn't surprise me if the Rays try to signed Will Myers to a long-term contract. I don't know that for sure, but he certainly looks like a candidate.
I'd say that's a great call because he is that type of player. Again, you see that certain clubs have to sign guys, and that's the Rookie of the Year numbers: 293, 13, and 53.
Remember, he only played in 88 games last year and won the Rookie of the Year. Young man, just 23 years old. Right?
Longoria and Hellickson, the other two, 3 total to win the Rookie of the Year.
It was a fairly large margin, was the Rookie of the Year balloting as well. He beat out Jose Iglesias. Two pitch. Popped up. Shallow center. And it's going to be Punto who gets back there, and Will Myers is retired.
I think Myers' comments struggling, and people always want to look at the second year of a major league player and call it the rookie or the sophomore jinx. And he simply said, I'm just swinging horribly at the plate. You know, you can say all you want about whatever year. You could be a 10-year veteran and swinging poorly, and it doesn't matter. You know, and that's just so happens to be the second year. But he's going to get a chance to play every day, as Joe Madden will give him that chance. And guys who get a chance to play every day usually come out of any slump they might be in.
Here's Longoria, who popped out to the second baseman in the first inning. Career numbers. Two and 0 now to Longoria.
Well, they call him Longo here, and the one thing he said is that all I want to do is win. And that's the common thread amongst players in general. He knows he's the franchise player.
Rolls that one to the right side. Callaspo grabs it, and that's out number 2.
And I think Joe Madden said it best, that when I asked Joe about does he feel he's carrying the whole organization on shoulders, and he said, and Joe basically said, Evan Longoria has to figure it out himself. He has to figure out himself that he is not the player that has to carry the whole club. Everybody else has to do their part. He is 1 of 9 on the field, and he wants to win, but he can't do it all by himself. He has to have the team unit, and that's what the A's are doing right now. Everybody's contributing. Bottom of the order, middle of the order, top of the order, pitching staff, and that's the sign of a good club, when everybody in the 25-man roster contributes.
James Loney hitting in the 3rd spot tonight. Struck out looking in the first inning. Loney now behind in the count, 0-2. Tommy Milone, on the other hand, is rolling along. Got out of a 2nd and 3rd 1-out jam in the 2nd inning. Looking for a 3-up, 3-down inning here in the 3rd. Pitch number 45 coming up for Tommy Milone. And that one driven to the gap in left center field. But Moss is going to get over there in time. Makes the catch. And that is a 3-up, 3-down inning. And we're headed to the 4th. Cespedes to lead it off. 2-0 Athletics.
Mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv, game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store, or you can visit athletics.com today. So much information, you just don't know what to do with it. Some guys just have all the information. They keep passing along notes about all the pertinent stuff that goes on. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. I love when my partner compliments me mid-game.
That's right. It's all part of it.
I mean, you were talking to me, right?
Of course.
Okay, good.
You're the only one here, right?
That's right. When you and I are working together, Ray, it's like nobody else is around.
Right. It's just hitting 1 and 2 in the order. Sometimes 3 or 4.
Wherever the skipper puts us.
That's right. Just as long as you're someplace on the lineup card.
That's exactly.
Like guys walk in and they get upset because they're not in the lineup. If someone says, wait a minute. Let's see, they have the lineup and the extra guys and the pitchers. If you're anywhere on that lineup card, you're golden. You're someplace there.
If you think you should be on it and you're not, that's a bad sign.
Right.
That means there may be a plane ticket waiting for you to Sacramento.
That's right.
Cespedes reached on an error and scored in the second inning. So, what was your routine as a player checking the lineup card? Did you do it right when you got to the ballpark, first stop, check the lineup card, or did you kind of settle in a little bit and then ease over there and see what was going on?
No, usually checked, and there were some years I didn't even look because I knew I wasn't in it.
Well, but, I mean, for the most part, though, you were.
No, but that's.
I know in Cleveland you had a check. You were Freddie Kendall.
Yeah. But you know the difference now. These players are told the game or day before, so they will know tonight before they leave who's playing tomorrow in the 4 o'clock game here in the final game of the series.
Cespedes got a pitch to hit and he pops it up to right field where Myers finally
got last night in the first inning, and Coco Crisp had to leave the game. But check this out: as Coco is looking back and he started, and see how he stopped. He realized that he left too quickly. And we do not know if that contributed to the, I think probably more of the running into the wall for his neck. But Mike Gallego, and I asked him, I said, was he going? He said, probably. But the flight of the ball, he said that Coco looked to him, and then by the time he turned around to see what the flight of the ball, then he took off and realized he left too soon, tried to keep his foot on the bag, and realized had he gone, he would have been, it would have been appealed at third base if he had been called safe at the plate. But it was just one of those mixed up plays. And
because my question is, okay, where is he looking? Let's see where. So he's checking the outfield.
He's checking. He had already looked at Gallego. He turned around and see and that's when he tried to keep his foot on the bag and realized he had left too soon after Geyer had caught the ball. So in hindsight, it's probably best that he didn't try to go, because he would have been out either at the plate or at the field at third base. But
so he had a feeling that he left early.
Yeah, and that's why he just tried to keep his foot on the bag as he kept falling forward and lost his balance. But the thing that Mike Gallego said, he said he knows the outfielder's arm strength, and he did not think Geyer, although we saw a little bit later, and he thought Geyer maybe was not going to be able to throw out Coco. But he said the interesting thing was Coco actually asked him. He said, what do you think? And Gag said, you figure somebody who has speed that Coco does, he's going to make up his own mind and be prepared to get out of the starting blocks and take off. But he deferred to Gallego. Gallego said, take a chance. And that's when he kind of lost his balance, because he's looking to Mike, did turn around and look at Geyer, and that's when he lost his balance. And we hope the neck is good soon. Does not have great numbers against Bedard in his career anyway, so not a bad night for him to have off anyway, to get the neck healthy and either be in there tomorrow or in Toronto when the A's continue and make their final stop on the trip.
0-1 to Moss. Bedard has retired 6 in a row. And again, the A's do not have a hit yet. A costly error by Sean Rodriguez on a potential inning-ending double play with the bases loaded in the second inning allowed both runs to score. And now 0-2 to Moss.
We were talking last night about one player on the disabled list, Ben Zobrist, who Very, very important member of this ball club. And you have to wonder if Rodriguez, who plays short, he's played second, he plays some first. If Zobrist, because the outfit is pretty set with Myers, Jennings, and Geyer. Of course, maybe in the outfield, Zobrist could play all over the place, but it was just a mistake that the A's took advantage of.
2 pitch. Roll foul. And with the A's starting a pair of lefties in this series, David DeJesus not in the lineup. Matt Joyce not in the lineup. 2 guys who, I guess they're not absolute everyday players, but guys who play quite a bit.
Sure.
So you take those 2 guys out. Zobrist out of the lineup on the DL. The 3 decent hitters.
Absolutely. And you'd think the 2 that you mentioned first would be in Navarro with Sonny Gray in the series finale.
That one hit to right field. Myers going back at the wall, and that baby's gone. Moss homers, and it's 3-0 A's.
Hanging breaking ball. He did it against Outman Sunday with a 2-run double. Second of the 10 against the left-hander. Got Tyler Skaggs in Anaheim, 3-run shot. And you just don't make a mistake with a hanging breaking ball to Brandon Moss. Double figures for him again. 30 last year. He's got 10, and that's a crushed ball. That's a first hit, by the way, that Bedard had given up.
Caspo in first strike.
How about that? Just hanging breaking ball right there. Straight to 49+ innings without giving up a home run by Bedard. And they throw a slower breaking ball to a power left-handed hitter. The result is going to be that.
So now hitting .350 against left-handers. Caspo struck out swinging in the second inning. Last time Bedard gave up a home run was September of last year. He's going to be a little bit hacked off about that one.
Well, especially the lefty, but at least it's a power hitter. Unlike what Dan Otero said when Altuve hit the home run off him. He said, at least let somebody hits a lot of home runs do it. I'm going to give up my first one. But Brandon Moss, and how can you keep him out of the lineup? And I don't care lefty, righty, and those numbers that the guys just put up for his numbers against the lefties. 2 of the 10 against the lefties and hitting well over 300.
Two pitch to Caspo is hit on the ground. Nice play by Escobar going to his left. He throws in time. Side retired. Good play by Yunel Escobar to end the inning. Brandon Moss gets the A's first hit. It's a solo home run. The A's now leading 3-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. World Championships will be celebrated on Friday, May 30th and Saturday, May 31st. Raleigh Fingers, Reggie Jackson, Sal Bando, Vita Blue, Gene Tennis, and our own Ray Fosse will be honored. There will be autograph sessions on Friday and a meet and greet on Saturday, with proceeds benefiting the Jim Catfish Hunter ALS Foundation. For information and tickets, visit athletics.com/1974. Athletics with a 3-0 lead. Moss with a solo home run in the top of the fourth to extend the lead. And Tommy Malone back to work. He'll face Geyer, Rodriguez, and Escobar here in the bottom of the fourth. No walks, 1 strikeout for Malone, and he's allowed 3 hits. Geyer hitting in the cleanup spot tonight. The Rangers beat the Mariners earlier today 4-3. So that was a split in that quick 2-game series.
It was 3 in the first inning for the Rangers, and they held on.
Elvis Andrus hit his 2nd home run. Shin-Soo Choo hit his 5th for the winning Rangers. Robinson Cano hit his 2nd for the Mariners, but the Rangers win it 4-3. Give you what's up next for those two teams in a moment. The Rangers will head out on a 11-game road trip. They will be at Detroit for 4, at Minnesota for 4, at Washington for 3. So
that's a quick 4-game series for the Tigers starting tomorrow.
Tomorrow night.
Yeah. And then off to Oakland on Memorial Day.
That popped up just to our right. For the Mariners, they're going to go home and start an 11-game homestand. They will host Houston, the Angels, and then Detroit. So the Rangers will be gone for a while. The Mariners will be home for a while.
And the Tigers have been playing well on the road, so that's nothing for them to head out.
Strike 3 called. Geyer was a third of the way to first base, and Bill Welke said, I don't think so.
That's too close of a pitch to take off like that. I mean, look at the location. This center field camera straight on, and wow. And that's either saying, I know the strike zone and you don't, Mr. Umpire, because that is being pretty sure of yourself to take off.
So strikeout number 2 from Malone, and here's Rodriguez. Curve in for a strike. Pop up should reach the seats, and it will. So with the Rangers win today, the Rangers still 7.5 games back and a couple games under 500. So they will try to get to 500, but they'll have to do it on the road. That long road trip coming up. See, the Angels are 4 back. They're now 5 games over 500, so they're playing pretty good baseball. And they will host the Astros tonight in the rubber game of that series. McHugh and Weaver in Anaheim. 1-2 pitch, and that's looped towards short. Punto gets back and makes the catch, and that's out number 2. And good 7 in a row retired by Malone.
Yeah, good location. Fastball again. Derek Norris working inside part of the plate, both sides, as he struck out Geyer on the fastball away. And working both sides, and again, yeah, fastball and changeup, 2 pretty good pitches. It can work very well for you.
2 outs for Yunel Escobar, who had a 1-out single in the 2nd inning. He ended up being stranded at 3rd. In for a strike. The Angels' upcoming schedule, they are off tomorrow, and then they will host the Kansas City Royals this weekend. The Angels will be in Oakland next weekend. What a great homestand if you're an A's fan. The Tigers for 4, the Angels for 3. Escobar and Bill Welke talking it over.
Well, he called the first pitch a strike. It's showing a ball on the scoreboard. But it's just the ball that hit the middle of the catcher's mitt for Derek Norris and popped out. And that's the only thing I could think of. Yeah, the first pitch was called a strike, and they're saying
should be
1-1.
0-2.
Maybe because the scoreboard operator thought because Derek Norris didn't catch it that it was a ball, but it was clearly there.
1-2 now to Yunel Escobar.
Bill Welke just held up the 2 fingers on his right hand, indicating 2 strikes.
He's trying to get their attention. Escobar takes that one. He's trying hard.
Yeah, he's
he's doing what he's supposed to do.
That's right. Escobar is looking on the board saying, what's the count?
Well,
and Welke just told it. You can't look at the board, you listen to the umpire. And
he's told him a couple times.
Yeah. Now they're switching. Now you can look on the board. Your eyes are focused now. You know, and now there's a 2-2 count. He knows everything's okay.
Chases a changeup, and that'll do it. Good inning for Tommy Milone. Has a couple of strikeouts, and we're headed to the 5th. 3-0. The A's lead the Rays. Last night, Drew Pomeranz continues his scoreless streak as a starting pitcher. It's now at 15 innings. He's made 3 starts. He's gone 5 innings in each start, and each start shutout baseball. Last night, a couple of walks, 3 strikeouts, 89 pitches. So the numbers for Pomeranz as a starter, he's 3-0.
Well, last night in the 3rd inning, he said it wore him out. And I guess that's understandable because it was a challenge on the ground ball double play by Jennings. But that's when Bob Melvin went up to him after 5 because maybe he wanted to extend a little bit. Although Melvin now says he figures he can go as far as he wants, no restrictions as far as the pitch count. If you load the bases and get a big double play, then it's challenged and definitely will wear you out.
Bedard right at 80 pitches through 4+ innings, so looks like it'll be an early trip to the bullpen again for Joe Madden. Bedard can have a couple of economical innings. That's not easy to do against an A's lineup. Reddick, Punto, and then the top of the order, Gentry, here in the 5th inning. Popped up left side of the infield, right at Longoria, who squeezes it.
And the A's 9 consecutive games hitting a home run. Their last before tonight came with Brandon Moss, a 2-run shot. The A's taking the lead 3-1 on that 2-run shot by Moss against Josh Tomlin. And then, of course, tonight the hanging breaking ball off the lefty. So Brandon Moss and the A's start another streak of home runs in a game. But when you score 16 runs and don't hit a home run, that's still pretty good, as was the case on Sunday and last night.
It's now 77-18 in the last 12 games.
That's a wow. Because that's really hard to believe. That's
a couple Ray Fosse wows right there.
That is unimaginable. But you know, that's a combination of great pitching and offense. And
Escobar's going to have to hurry. He throws, and they get Punto for out number 2.
And I think in the world of baseball, when you have that kind of pitching, you're limiting the opposition. That few runs, that's probably more impressive than scoring runs, because not to say that you can always score runs, but you cannot always get good pitching to prevent the other club from scoring.
He's continued to get it. Team ERA of 2.86.
And deserves a lot of credit, taking a group of players and they all believe in him. They believe in themselves, and it's a great way to approach and come to the park every day.
And even Ray, the A's defense, which at times early in the year, a lot of errors made, hasn't always cost them, but the defense has been good lately. A's have made just 1 error in what is now 8.5 games.
And I don't
so
think
that's getting better.
Absolutely, and I don't think we will see it. You see that the Braves have the best in baseball. The A's right behind them, the only 2 under 3 in the ERA. But remember, the National League, and nothing against them, but the pitcher hits. They have the 8th place hitter, which sometimes is a little bit different. But I think starting Tuesday, as we have seen in the homestands, where Chip Hill, Mike Gallego will take the infielders out with the pitchers. They'll work on ground balls and pitcher fundamental practice. Monday be Memorial Day, a day game, they won't do it. But I would say in that next homestand, you'll see them out early, as they have been recently, and that perhaps a reason that they're playing better defensively.
1-2 pitch to Gentry. Up and away, not close. Gentry has struck out, and he has grounded out. It's number 90 coming up from Eric Bedard, and here it is, and it's a good fastball swing and a miss by Gentry. So that one had a little late zip on it, and Gentry strikes out. 3 up, 3 down inning for Bedard. Brought to you by Real Strong Redwood. Learn more at realstrongredwood.com. That is just outside one of the main entrances inside Tropicana Field, where the A's are leading 3-0. The A's are looking for their 5th consecutive win. The Rays are trying to avoid their 4th consecutive loss. And it's another good all-around performance so far for the A's behind Tommy Milone. He's retired the last 8 in a row.
You know, Tommy and his new bride Tina did not do what they just did on Diamond Vision here. They had a proposal and an acceptance, but Tommy Milone and his new bride Tina married this past off season. But they had, I guess, sponsored by a diamond company. So I guess it works out.
She said yes. That's all that matters. Especially in front of a big crowd. You don't want her to say no. Or hesitate.
Yeah.
The hesitation can
make you start to think. Yeah. And you know, a few tears. But, you know, at least what Tina and Tommy did, they waited till after the possible end of the World Series. You know, people start playing baseball and they start planning weddings in October. That's not good, because you're assuming you're not going to be playing in October.
Desmond Jennings is retired. I ground out to Donaldson. 1 out. So 9 in a row retired, and the Rays can do nothing with Tommy Milone right now. Here's Logan Forsythe.
And as we've talked about pitchers pitching with a lead, sometimes it's difficult. Bigger leads sometimes more difficult than smaller leads, but just the fact the pitcher can afford to make a mistake and know that one bad pitch, if it happens to be a solo home run, it's not going to be so devastating. Still want to walk batters, which Tommy Milone has not done.
Forsythe had a big at-bat in this game with runners at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out in the 2nd inning. He had a line drive that Donaldson caught. And then Milone retired Hannigan, and the Rays did not score. And now it's 1-2.
Still, John Rodriguez still thinking about the throw he made and how it could be a different game.
Well, if these win this game tonight, with the Tigers losing, and there's still plenty of game to be played, A's would have the best record in baseball. Three and 2 to Forsythe. That one rolled toward Punto, who backhands, throws in time, 2 outs.
Well, the A's had a walk and an error to put a couple of runners on. The bases loaded, 1 out. Looked like a double play to end the inning. Instead, Rodriguez threw it past Escobar into left field. 2 runners score. 2 unearned runs, but they both count as Rodriguez made an errant throw, maybe trying to rush himself a little bit too much to turn the double play to get out of the inning. And instead, he made a bad throw. Escobar, who started the inning with an E6 and then the walk. Another walk. So you can't say Bedard was not void of fault himself by walking a couple of batters, which patience by the A's, and one of them happened to be a left-handed hitter.
First pitch strike to Ryan Hannigan. Milone is locked in right now. Getting ahead of the hitters and then being able to put them away. Hannigan popped out to the second baseman. So 19 pitches in that first inning for Milone. He gave up a leadoff single. That's the most pitches he has thrown in an inning tonight. And he will certainly not overpower you, but he has got a pretty good idea what to do and where he's going to throw it.
I think the best thing a left-handed pitcher can do, who is not overpowering, Tom Glavine, the future Hall of Famer, is going to do it by using the fastball inside.
That one's hit toward left field and hit fairly well. Moss going back. He's at the wall, and he makes the catch right in front of the 370-foot sign. So, once again, the Rays do not score, and the A's will take a 3-0 lead into the 6th inning. An all-star teacher program recognizes Bay Area teachers that make a difference. Visit csncalifornia.com and vote for the 2014 All-Star Teacher, and check out the finalist bios and video features. The winning teacher receives $20,000 for his or her school. So Hannigan gave it a good ride, but the way the Rays are going, comes up just a little bit short.
And that's the difference in the left center field area here, or right down the line, 370, where Brandon Moss brought it down. Maybe just a little bit towards the end of the bat, enough to keep it in the park. Hannigan does have the home run power, but not this time.
Blanks, Donaldson, and Cespedes for the A's here in the 6th inning. Good breaking ball to start Blanks. Blanks has not looked comfortable against Bedard. He has struck out twice, both times swinging. Five strikeouts for Bedard. He has walked 2, and they were costly for him. And now 2-1. Closing in on 100 pitches is Bedard.
Young guys got their quota. They're finished for the night. He's got a baseball. Said we can go now. Down in the front row, maybe sneaking a seat down there, but they got the souvenirs and maybe going back to their other seats.
Well, you can move around in this ballpark. That one headed down the line again. Another A's fan got it.
Amazing to see the A's jerseys, caps, as we travel around to different parks. Tampa Bay fan congratulating the A's fan on a number of things. Maybe the success of the club.
Blanks lays off that one, and now it's 3-2. That's Brad Boxberger, who pitched in last night's game. He's starting to throw. Shift is on for Blanks. Rodriguez playing right behind second base. And that one outside corner at the knees, and Blank strikes out for the third time.
Monday, May 26th, celebrate Memorial Day at the Oakland Coliseum, where 10,000 fans will receive an elephant batting practice camp presented by Cache Creek Casino Resort prior to the 105 matinee against the Detroit Tigers. This must-have snapback hat features a flat bill and the iconic A's elephant logo. For information and tickets, as always, visit athletics.com/tickets, or you can call 877-493-BALL. We just hope our good friend Steve Finelli is busy selling a lot of tickets for the upcoming homestand. It's not quite the flat. That's the elephant logo, but he's got to flatten the bill, though. Where's the snapback part?
The elephant. A's elephant cap is popular.
Yeah, it is. It's the A's batting practice cap that they use for.
My son Jack, who's now 9 years old, has one, and you know what?
Is he 9?
Yeah, he's got other options to wear as far as A's caps go. That's the one, the elephant cap.
Is that flat bill?
It's a flat bill. Yes, it is, and he wears it constantly. Of course, he's got Josh Reddick's signature. He's got Cespedes' signature. He's got Donaldson's signature, and very recently Sean Doolittle's signature on the brim. So that hat is very important in our household.
Yeah. And that's important to have it being the flat bill, because you can write easier on the flat bill.
Good call. Easy to sign. Easy to get autographed.
Actually, just lay it down on the table and it's flat, and you sign it. If you have the curved bill, change up and swing by Donaldson. Hope he didn't hurt himself with the big swing. The oblique strains are.
We don't want that.
No. Right? Have pitchers, and of course tomorrow's starting pitcher for the Rays coming back from oblique strain.
Big names going on the disabled list today. Cliff Lee, Joey Votto, Juan Uribe went on the disabled list.
Cliff Lee had an MRI on his elbow, and that's not good. Let's hope it's okay. And David Price, Archer, another starter. I did ask Joe Madden about David Price, and a lot of talk was always about him being traded. He's not going anywhere, and he said he's the ace of the staff. Of course, that's now. We'll see what happens August 31st trading deadline, or July 31st. That is.
3-2 pitch, just a bit outside, and it's a one-out walk for Donaldson.
Living on the corner, he got the call with Blanks at the plate, but with Donaldson too far off the plate. And that's the look, and that's the last pitch, probably thrown by the left-hander.
So 5 1/3 for Eric Bedard, and that's going to do it for him. Ends up with 6 strikeouts, 3 walks, and he leaves trailing 3-0. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
Athletics and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
So the A's with a 3-0 lead. They have just one hit. It was a Moss home run. A couple of the errors by the Rays that were very costly for Eric Bedard. He pitched pretty well tonight, but look at it. 2 errors in the second inning cost him a couple of runs. So to the bullpen for Brad Boxberger.
See the manager Joe Madden go up to Eric Bedard, shake his hand, but it's all about the pitch count as Brad Boxberger pitched last night for the Rays against the A's, as did 3 other relief pitchers. He struck out a couple of batters, gave up a hit.
And he threw 18 pitches, so he's back out there tonight as he faces Cespedes with Donaldson aboard on the walk. Cespedes reached on one of those errors and scored, and then hit a fly ball to right field, and on the first pitch he pops it up. Sean Rodriguez, the second baseman out in short right field, has it, and that's out number 2. So Cespedes did not wait around.
Eric Bedard maybe leaves after the game. Somebody said, "Hey, how'd you pitch tonight?" I said, "I had a 1-hitter." Gave up 1 hit.
Had a 1 hit.
5 1/3 innings. Pitched well, just 1 hit, 6 strikeouts. It was a home run, and I left trailing 3-0. Threw a lot of pitches.
Here's Norris. Walked and scored in the second. And grounded out to third in the fourth. Interesting note, 13 strikeouts, 19 walks. Well, his reputation even as a minor leaguer, one of the things the A's liked about him was the fact that he was able to do that. Had a good eye, and he's starting to show it at the big league level.
Well, if you didn't feel well, as he said about last night, he walked 3 times and saw a whole bunch of pitches.
Broken bat roller, scooped up, side retired. So Boxberger comes in, gets the 2 men he faces, and we are headed to the bottom of the 6th. It'll be the top of the order for the Rays. A's leading 3-0.
Routine. Escobar wide throw, loading off the bag. E6. Ground ball to second base. Looked like a 4-6-3 double play. Bad throw to left field. A's scored 2 runs and a 2-0 lead, 2 runs, and then the hanging breaking ball to Brandon Moss, who homered the last time for the A's against Tomlin last Saturday in Cleveland. Does it again tonight. His 10th of the season, 2 against the lefties. And how about the lefty specialist Tommy Malone nailing outside fastball to James Loney for the strikeout. So Tommy has given up just 3 hits through 5 innings. Pitch count at about 74, 103 for the lefty Bedard, who leaves after 5 1/3 innings.
So Malone will face the top of the order. He has retired 11 in a row. The last hit was, remember, Jennings hit the bloop double down the right field line, and that was in the 2nd inning. Gregerson is starting to stretch it out. Cesar Ramos is starting to throw in the Rays bullpen. First pitch to Myers is lined just over the head of Punto, who just could not get his feet under him to jump for it, and Myers has a leadoff single. Punto took a step back and he just could not get any push off to jump.
Like it's going to be the same one that Rodriguez hit a couple of innings ago, but you're right. And you watch Punto go back, and he was backpedaling instead of stopping and jumping. He tried to backpedal and jump at the same time, could not accomplish it. And the hang time of the jump was about 3 inches, and the hang time less than 2 seconds. Just that quickly, just could not jump at all as he was backpedaling.
So that's the 4th hit for the Rays. Here's Longoria, and he'll be followed by Loney. Longoria bluffs a bunt, and the pitch is low.
And many would say bluff. They hope it's just a bluff, because one swing of the bat he could turn the game around, make it a lot closer. And you saw Donaldson playing the outfield turf.
Shows bunt again, and it's 2-0.
And Donaldson continues to go back where he had been positioned before.
It's almost like Donaldson saying, I don't think you're going to bunt. I don't think you're for real on this whole thing. So he's staying back.
Well, it's not a shift either. It's the infield set for Callaspo at second base, kind of left side of the infield, straight up. Callaspo close to second. Is any ball hit to the left side or even a first, he would have to be the one covering for a force out at second or a possible turn for double play.
Longoria reaches for it, fouls it straight back.
Yeah, I asked Derek Shelton, the hitting coach of the Rays, about Longoria's at bat in the 9th inning last night when he kept going after the fastballs, and asked about the aggressiveness, and he said that they knew that Sean Doolittle had not walked a batter coming into the game, so they figured he's going to be around the plate. And Longoria trying to get something started by swinging the bat, but as it turned out with a high fastballs that he couldn't catch up to, he ended up striking out and set the tone for the inning that Doolittle got the save.
So their theory is, yeah, we need base runners, but he hasn't walked anybody.
That's right.
So taking a pitch is just going to make our at bat even more difficult.
Exactly. And Derek Shelton, longtime hitting coach for Joe Madden.
3-2. Myers runs pretty well. He has a big lead at first. Not going, and the pitch is outside, and Malone walks the first hitter, and the Rays have some action here in the bottom of the 6th.
Doolittle last night coming in to pick up the save, and there's the high fastball, the foul tip caught, and then kept going the fastball, struck out Myers. He did walk Hennigan, but then got the pop up for the final out to Reddick, and the save for Sean Doolittle as they named a new closer after the game. There's Francis next to him, and there's Sean Doolittle, 33 consecutive innings without a walk, 13 and 14. Of course, Dennis Eckersley 50 and a third. Bartolo Colon is always good. Eckersley again, and Larry Sorensen. That's Larry with one R.
Larry Sorensen.
Nando Rodriguez gets loose.
So Loney steps in. He has struck out looking and hit a fly ball to left field. 2 on, nobody out. First pitch to Loney, and he loops one into center field, and that's a base hit. Here comes Myers around third. Gentry's throw to the plate is cut off, and the Rays are on the board. Loney with an RBI single scores Myers.
Well, aggressively hitting in this inning. It started with Myers and then the walk to Longoria. And then Loney swinging at the first pitch. Just looked the same pitch that he was called out on in the first at bat. Into center field. No chance to throw out Myers, who broke on contact.
So Loney gets his team leading 26th RBI, and that's the first run scored in this series. And it's the first run rate they've scored since the 7th inning of their game Sunday in Anaheim.
Yeah, it's amazing.
When Kernmeyer hit a home run.
Yeah.
So the Rays have made it a 3-1 game.
And Geyer was moved into the 4th spot of the lineup for Joe Madden tonight. First time hitting 4th, and his hard hit balls previously had at least forced Joe Madden to make the change to put him in the 4th spot. You typically do not see a 4th place hitter bunting, but that may change because this is not your prototypical 4th place hitter. So Joe Madden with a couple of runners on base, down by 2 runs. And corner infielder is now playing even with the bag. And a steady stream of right-handers to come in. Of course, they have lefties on the bench, but Fernando Rodriguez, a hard-throwing right-hander, motioning up for the A's.
Geyer not bunting, and the pitch is in the dirt. Sean Rodriguez to follow after Rodriguez, who would be Escobar. He's need a ground ball right at somebody. They turned 3 double plays in last night's game, and they were all huge. Abad joins Rodriguez. So lefty righty in the bullpen.
Both named Fernando.
This one's popped up. Norris grabs it, holding on to the mask, and that's out number 1.
Have you ever seen a catcher do that?
I mean, it could look like he saw it originally, and then he did find it. But I like that. Hold on to the mask.
Yeah, but you know, it's a little bit easier to catch a ball with 2 hands, but you have the mask in your right hand, and you have to go at it with one hand. I mean, that's a lot of confidence to make the catch one-handed, but if you get rid of the mask, you can actually put 2 hands up there and
what a thought, huh?
But that's one thing about Derek Norris. I mean, that mask is glued to his right hand. It's there, but that's a big out. That's a huge out, considering what the Rays could possibly have done. But a great pitch on the inside corner and popped him up foul.
And here's Sean Rodriguez. Rodriguez lines one foul into the seats. Well, the guy who made a mistake earlier in the game usually gets a chance to make up for it later in the game, and that's what Rodriguez has right now.
Jesse Chavez evidently got one close. I mean, he's right in the path, right in the opening, at least getting behind the screen. I mean, they put the screen up for a reason, in front of the dugout. Get behind it.
0-1 to Rodriguez, who's 0 for 2. Fly ball to right, pop out to short.
Tommy Milone in his last start against the White Sox went 6 innings, 88 pitches, came out and given up just the 1 run, but threw 108 in his previous start against the Nationals in 8 innings of shutout baseball.
Longoria and Loney are the runners. In the dirt again. Nice block by Norris. 2-1.
Well, there's twice in this inning. First pitch to Geyer, blocked nicely by Derek Norris, and again keeping the double play in order. That's so important for a catcher. Keep the double play in order where a ground ball could get you out of the inning instead of allowing a wild pitch to occur and move up the runners.
Fastball is high, and now it's 3-1.
If it gets to the point of Escobar, you'd have to think that he would not be pinch hit for by Joe Madden. And maybe that's when a move might be made with these other players. Maybe the concern was that the right-handers brought in, they'd bring the lefties off the bench.
Big pitch here. And it's popped up. 85-mile-an-hour fastball, and he popped it up. And Punto grabs it, and that's out number 2.
Okay, you said it best, and Bob Melvin's going to go to the right-hander, Fernando Rodriguez, it looks like, but you're right. 85, and that's simply a ball tailing away off the end of the bat, and a hitter trying to make up for maybe what the mistake he made earlier, instead of just waiting and attacking the ball, knowing the velocity is not going to be overpowering. But what a job by Tommy Malone. Again, he has given up just 1 run, responsible for the 2 on the base, but the hard-throwing Fernando Rodriguez to try to get the 3rd out.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
May 31st, when we pay tribute to the 1974 Cy Young Award winner and one of the A's all-time greats, Jim Catfish Hunter, at the 7:05 p.m. game against the Angels. 15,000 fans will receive a Catfish Hunter bobblehead presented by State Farm. In addition, fans can purchase tickets for a special Hall of Fame autograph session with Rollie Fingers and Reggie Jackson prior to Saturday's game. For information and tickets, as always, you can visit athletics.com/1974, or you can call 877-493-BALL.
Tommy Malone, 5 2/3 innings. Finishes with 89 pitches. So the bullpen will have to see if they can hold it. Here's Fernando Rodriguez, his 3rd appearance of the year, as he faces Yunel Escobar with 2 on and 2 out. So I believe the first tight spot for Fernando Rodriguez. See how he does.
Well, he's been waiting for this opportunity because he knows the first 2 were just kind of getting his feet wet coming back from Tommy John surgery. And this is the 6th inning. It's kind of the bridge, as we have talked about, trying to get to the back end of the bullpen. He can be a part of this.
Got close, 2-0. This inning has gone single walk and then an RBI single. But Malone was able to retire Geyer and Sean Rodriguez for the 2 outs. And now it's up to Rodriguez to try to get out of the inning.
He's going to be sitting dead red fastball in his 2-0 count. Fernando's got a good one.
got it, and he fouled it back. So just enough on it, 94 miles an hour.
And that's the difference from an 85. You mentioned with Rodriguez, Sean Rodriguez, but this a little bit better velocity. And after seeing Tommy Milone's great spotting of his fastball, but not overpowering, it's a little bit different trying to see and hit Fernandez. Got a good curveball, saw a little cut fastball, slider that he throws, and mid-90s fastball.
Two-one pitch is a bit high. Now 3-1. See Rodriguez throwing from the far first base side of the rubber. Well, he's about as far to that side of the rubber as you can go. So 3-1. He's got to be careful here with Desmond Jennings in the on-deck circle. The pitch is hit up the middle. Punto dives, can't get it. 1 run scores. Loney's going to head for third, and it's 3-2. So Escobar comes through with a big 2-out RBI hit, and now it's 3-2.
Well, there's your difference of getting ahead of the count. You get ahead, you can do different things, but he threw him the 2-0. He fouled back the 3-1. A little bit better location for Escobar, and this one he didn't miss, and just so happened to hit it to the left of Punto. Good effort. Punto just could not track it down, and he left his feet to try to prevent the run from scoring from second base. And that's what you like to see with the infielders.
So Escobar gets his 10th RBI. He's got a couple of hits, and here's Desmond Jennings. Now the tying run is at third, and that's Loney. Jennings a double and a ground out. He popped it up, and it'll be back into the seats.
Tommy Milone unfortunately walked one batter, and that was the second batter in this inning, and he scored.
Jennings is 1 for 6 so far in the series. It's low 1-1 the count. Abad still in the A's bullpen. He has thrown enough. He's ready.
Now, Bob Melvin did not want to use Abad last night, and he did not get up in the bullpen. If you remember, Jeff Francis got up with Otero pitching, and Bob Melvin admitted that the only reason he had him loosening up was to try to keep the lefties on the bench. Joe Madden didn't work, though, and Madden brought up to Jesus and Matt Joyce.
2-1 to Jennings. Escobar dancing around a little bit at first base. So the Rays have scored twice on 3 hits and a walk here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Swing and a miss. That one, well, the movement away, but good velocity at 94 miles an hour.
Just overpowering fastball, so he's got the count 2-2, and a critical pitch. You don't want to go to 3-2 to get the runner first on the move, and also give the hitter the opportunity to think fastball. Escobar checking back to George Hendrick to see if Tom Foley gave him the steal sign.
Two pitch is hit toward Punto, who scoops it, throws to second side, retired. 2 runs on 3 hits for the Rays, so we got a ball game, folks. 7th inning coming up. It's the A's 3 and the Rays 2.
California is brought to you by Xfinity, home of the most live sports, and by Toyota, #1 in MPG, durability, and resale value. Toyota, let's go places.
3-2 game. The A's leading the Rays as it'll be Moss and then Callaspo and then Reddick here. And we get a new pitcher. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. It's Jake McGee having a very nice season, and he's really become a key member in that Rays bullpen. Pitched a lot of games the last couple years for the Rays, and a good reliever.
I think Joe Madden must be looking at this inning. It's the 7th, but bringing McGee in. He wants to try to keep it at a 1-run deficit after the Rays made it a 1-run game. McGee can throw as hard as 98 miles per hour with a fastball. And it is a good fastball, 4-seam. Slider. Occasional changeup, but he is basically rear back and throw hard.
The 1-0 pitch to Moss. He's pop foul back.
And a hanging curveball from Eric Bedard. And Brandon Moss, doesn't take much for him to unload on a hanging breaking ball. Lefty or righty. This happened to be the lefty, and he's hot. Gives him 40 runs batted in on the season, 10 home runs.
His batting average against the different pitch types over the last 15 games when he's been on this hot streak. Forget about those changeups, because well, that's all right. I think when you do that much damage against fastballs, it's still the pitch that pitchers are going to throw the most.
That's right.
And if there's one pitch you got to be able to hit, it's that one, right?
Yeah. But especially lefty on lefty, and you figure you're going to get some sort of a break. I don't know that Eric Bedard wanted to float the curveball up to have him hit it as hard as he did.
Right, 3 call, didn't have to be. Nope. So Moss strikes out. That's out number 1.
Well, this pitch looked like it's off the plate, and maybe a little bit high, but Milwaukee, the home plate umpire, gave it to him. Maybe just caught the corner.
1 out for Callaspo. See, but the Yankees beat the Cubs today 4-2 in 13 innings. That was a 2-game series for the Yankees in Chicago. But then I looked at their schedule, Ray, and I realized that the Yankees played 2 at Wrigley, and now they got a 4-game series on the other side of town.
That's right.
It's the White Sox. So that's a good road trip.
Yeah,
a full week in Chicago.
Stay in the same hotel and just go to north side and south side.
The Yankees cannot be complaining there. Chicago's one of the better stops around baseball, and they're going to be there for a week. 2 against the Cubs, 4 against the White Sox. The Derek Jeter's farewell tour will have a long stay over. 1-2 to Alberto Callaspo, who has struck out, and he has grounded out. See, McGee is a hard thrower. He'll run it up there at 95, 96 miles an hour. Setting up inside, and it's popped up. Left side of the diamond, Escobar trots in. Out number 2. Well, the Rays were very, very high on their bullpen coming into this year. It has underachieved some, and just remembered, Ray. Remember they had Heath Bell.
That's right.
And Heath Bell did not pitch well here at all. And earlier this month they released him. They were thinking with Balfour and Heath Bell and Jake McGee, Peralta. Figured that was going to be a strong part of their club, and it still may be, but it has struggled some so far. First couple months.
Really the same for the Athletics.
Yeah, a little bit.
You look at the A's bullpen, and while they've blown several staves, but trying to get it in order, and once it happens, and playing a lot better.
Reddick towards center field. Jennings doesn't have to move. He's got it. And Jake McGee has a 3-up, 3-down inning. So it's 7th inning stretch time to Tropicana Field. A's with a 3-2 lead. It's the bottom of the 7th inning. Moss has a home run tonight. A's with just one hit, and that was it. A couple of unearned runs early in the game have certainly helped the Athletics. And Fernando Rodriguez back out there to start the 7th inning. Eric Sogard comes in the game at second base, so Callaspo's done for the night. Logan Forsythe to lead it off. Forsythe, Hannigan, Myers here in the 7th inning. First pitch is foul back. Abad is up and won't take him long. 0-1 to Forsythe, who's the designated hitter. Off the end of the bat, Moss coming in, still coming in, and Moss is going to get there to make the catch.
Those are dangerous because if you don't read them properly off the bat, they're going to drop in front of you. All it takes is a big swing, you break back, and Brandon Moss comes charging in, recognizing the ball was hit off the bat, able to make the play, and an easy play for Brandon Moss in left field. A natural outfielder, made himself a very good first baseman, so his plays in the outfield not surprising.
Your attention please. Now playing second base for Oakland, number 28, Eric Sogard.
So here's Hannigan. Hannigan 0 for 2. Hannigan with a pop out and a fly ball to left field. Here's This fly ball to left field was deep. In fact, Moss caught it right near the wall at the 370-foot side. Let's draw Peralta, the right-hander. Breaking ball, and Hannigan watches it. Team that the A's will be playing this weekend, the Blue Jays, are winning again 5-1 at Fenway Park. Tapped at the plate, foul. Edwin Encarnacion has hit 2 home runs in that game, Ray. And
yeah, he's hot.
He has 11 home runs in the last 15 games.
I believe it.
He's got 13 total on the year, but he is smoking hot.
He's got that run where he has the flap about halfway. It's not the one flap down as Jeffrey Leonard had, but one flap about midsection.
One flap halfway.
Yeah. Maybe he can be around for the snapback flat bill camp. Let's just hope we don't see that half flap down.
No, because he's been doing it a lot lately. So, something to think about for the weekend. Be careful with Edwin Encarnacion.
Now, Fernando Rodriguez, he's back to normal with regard to coming into a game to start an inning. And, of course, that's what happened in 2 previous outings in which he pitched well. But tonight comes in with runners on base and gives up a 2-out hit. Gets the final out to keep the Rays from tying the game. He said in Cleveland he peaked at the speed gun one time when he pitched the 2 innings just to see where the velocity was.
Can't blame him.
No. And he was happy because he was throwing in the mid-90s. I didn't bother to tell him that the gun in Cleveland was 2 miles faster than normal, but let it build up the confidence and feeling good about himself.
Yeah, well, that's knowledge that you have that you can't just give to everybody.
Yeah. Well, it showed 97. He was happy, so it was 95, but that's all right.
That ain't bad.
That's right. Coming off TJ surgery, then that's good stuff.
Trying to get Hannigan, and he is going to get Hannigan. Like a fastball, maybe took a little off. Blanks has it, and that's out number 2.
And you're right, that 88 just to fool him a little bit, and good pitching by Fernando. And in 1 and 2 did not go to the breaking ball, and just at an 88, not quite the true changeup, but about 7 miles an hour slower than his fastball. Gosh, well, that mitt with that shot looks it looks so close. And Derek Norris normally is back farther.
So maybe it's the angle.
Yeah, I hope it's the angle because both he and Hannigan are showing the catcher's mitt very close to the hitter. Now, see, that seems to be the normal spot. So maybe you're right. Maybe the angle, it's shooting it more. Because one thing a catcher does not want to have happen is catcher's interference where it doesn't matter what happens the baseball. If the bat makes contact with the catcher's mitt, then it's awarding the first base by the hitter, E2. So that's the normal positioning, and typically catchers line up accordingly, and they know the hitter, whether they step back and swing kind of down.
And Myers skies one to shallow center. Sogard out, and now Gentry comes in, and Gentry makes the catch. Side retired. So nice job by Fernando Rodriguez. 3 up, 3 down, 7th inning, and we're on to the 8th. 3-2, the A's lead. player of the game for tonight. Your vote counts. The winner will be revealed during A's postgame live. Follow the action on the diamond like never before with enhanced Bloomberg stats and much more. A's in-game live on CSNCalifornia.com. Log on now and vote. More A's fans having a good time tonight here at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. And a pitching change. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. It's Joel Peralta, another workhorse out of the Rays bullpen. He takes the ball a lot for Joe Madden.
Yes, he does, and has throughout his career.
So he will face Punto, Gentry, and Blanks. First pitch to Nick Punto, playing shortstop tonight. So Red Lowry and Coco Crisp out of the lineup tonight.
And for Peralta, again, not a reliever, comes in and throws a blazing fastball. He tops out at 91. Does have a split finger fastball. But you're right, workhorse, and usually gets the job done for Joe Madden.
Outside 1-1. Punto is hit into a double play, and he is grounded out. Both balls that he has hit tonight have been to the shortstop.
And Cap, it looks like Joe Madden and Jim Hickey, the manager and pitching coach, are using their back into the bullpen to within 1 run of the Athletics in kind of a matchup. McGee pitching the 7th, facing the 3 he did. 2 lefties and a switch hitter, and now Peralta, the righty, comes in for this part of the batting order, which basically 3 right-handers.
Well, it was Gregerson and Doolittle last night, and that may be what you see on most nights.
And Gregerson's loosening up right now, perhaps for the 8th inning, just like you said.
So 1-2 to Nick Punto. Popped up foul. Bob Melvin before the game talking a lot about his bullpen because it sounds like Doolittle named the closer. And when asked about Jim Johnson, he said his role at this point is probably the hardest to define. And he said, I've talked to him about that. He said he's going to be a little bit of a swing guy. I may use him early. I may use him late. He knows that. I've talked to him. But to say you're going here or here for sure, he said, I can't really do that with Jim Johnson at this point. And Punto foul tip. And Punto saying it hit the ground, and Bob Melvin's coming out. The ball was caught by Hannigan, but it was caught after it hit the dirt. Now the question is, did it hit the dirt because it was fouled? Let's see. Sometimes you can tell with the slow motion.
He just confirmed it did hit the ground, and it did. You can see the dirt flopping up. So Punto immediately said no, he foul tipped it, and definitely with the dirt plopping up like that, it was a foul tip, and that was Ed Holberg, the third base umpire, coming in to confirm to Milwaukee, who went down to ask him that the ball hit the ground. So that's a very observant third base umpire.
Almost looked like the ball changed direction just a little bit between or right before it went into the glove.
Split finger fastball is like his changeup went down, and the fact that he got a piece of the ball a foul tip, it has to be caught cleanly.
Fastball outside, 2-2.
Tim Timmons, a home plate umpire in Cleveland, had quite a day as he ejected Miguel Cabrera and Brad Ausmus in the 6th inning on a disputed check swing. Cabrera tried to do the Adrian Beltre check swing point to first, but Tim Timmons had already made the call. He actually made 2. One against Kinsler that was incorrect. He didn't swing. Cabrera looked like he did. And I guess said the magical words because he ejected him. And when 7 more innings after that, I'm sure Cabrera's at bat would have come up several times to try to win it for the Tigers in extra innings.
But Punto has worked to make it a full count, leading off the 8th inning.
The splitter and good take. This ball clearly out of the strike zone. Slightly Punto hardly strides, which enables him to wait longer. As Craig Gentry in center field for the night waits.
Payoff pitch to Punto is low, and 1 at bat by Punto, and he ends up with a leadoff walk.
That wasn't in bat. Great call.
So that is 4 walks tonight by A's hitters. They walked 6 times last night, and they continue to lead the American League in receiving walks. He's also first in on-base percentage, so that goes hand in hand. So Gentry to hit. A's would love an insurance run.
Well, after the at-bat by Punto, it'd be nice to score him, considering the way he battled in the at-bat to draw the walk.
Shows bunt, pitches low. Peralta, one of the relievers that is very deliberate on the mound. A's can do a lot of things here. Gentry handles the bat pretty well. Punto can still run some.
Well, the thing about Gentry, if he does sacrifice, it's always harder on the infield is because of his speed. Cannot think about looking at a particular base if you're concerned about the hitter, if he gets the bunt down, and you're thinking about throwing him out.
Punto leads off first, and the ball's popped into the air foul on the bunt attempt.
Nod of the head by Bob Melvin, the manager, making the call. This has been the indication to continue to attempt to bunt. That's 2 attempts by Gentry. First one out of the strike zone.
Well, we'll see if he keeps it on. Longoria creeps in.
Did you say he's deliberate?
We got him on the clock. We're watching you, Joel Peralta.
Got the split finger grip on his pitch. In the right hand, you see the split grip.
Well, it took him 28 seconds for his pickoff attempt.
There is no time for the critical part of the game. There's the splitter. And I think relievers believe that it's such a critical time they're not going to rush themselves.
That's fine. Pulls the bat back, does Gentry, and it's a strike.
Big sweeping breaking ball, and sometimes a hitter sees the breaking pitch. If they square the bunt, they may get under it, and I think Gentry thought he was going to break out of the strike zone. He's there, started, pulled the bat back, and saw the break, and now he's got to swing the bat, I would think.
And Longoria now even with the bag at third. One-two pitch. Gentry swinging away. Hits a soft line drive into the glove of Sean Rodriguez. And Punto has to dive back. So that's out number one.
And John Jaso is going to hit for blanks as the ball just twisting back, sinking back towards the second baseman. Another breaking ball. And the interesting thing about this pinch hit, I've just watched John Jaso. It walked out of the dugout, walked straight up to the plate. They have a batting cage now right by the A's dugout. Something new this year.
It's new. Yeah.
It's brand new to where he could go up and take his swings. Knows he's going to pinch hit, because how rare is it that a hitter walks out of the dugout and goes straight to the plate? He usually stops in the on deck circle, swings, gets loose. But if he's already taken the practice swings, the at bats off a tee, off of somebody in the cage, then he's ready to go. Let's see if it hurts the Rays that they now have installed a new batting cage for the visitors.
First pitch to Jaso is a strike.
Because in the past, the only cage here was by the first base dugout and the Rays area. So it would be impossible for a hitter to go all the way over there. So it's just, that's the walkway up into the clubhouse, and it's to the right of that area as you go up the stairs. And it's a full cage, which makes it very nice for the visiting teams to come in and get the work in.
Jaso takes that one. Jaso is a pinch hitter this year. He's 3 for 6 with a home run.
Ernesto Frieri.
Yeah, and it was a big one.
That was a huge one. Now I saw Derek Norris block several a couple of innings ago to keep runners from advancing in the scoring position. Hannigan just had a very nice block. The ball in the dirt thrown by Peralta. Huge hole still open between first and second. Loney holding Punto. And if John Jaso could get out in front of all those breaking balls and pull it into the hole, might have a first and third.
Missed upstairs with off speed. 2-1 to Jaso with Donaldson waiting in the on deck circle. Jaso hitting for blanks. Tapped foul, headed for Ray's dugout. Bounces right into their dugout.
Well, you have to wonder about Jaso pinch hitting. You'd figure he'd stay in the game. There's Lauer and Crisp are unavailable.
So the last two guys, Lauer and Crisp. Sogard's in.
And I don't think Jaso would go to the outfield. Moss coming to first base, so probably would say he would go to first. We shall see. But right now he is a pinch hitter trying to keep this inning going.
This one's popped up, and it'll be out of play.
Now, I said unavailable. It does not mean that one may not come in the game. And in the case of if Coco can play, then he'll go to the outfield and Moss will go to first. But again, you're taking your other catcher out of the lineup. We've seen Bob Melvin do that if necessary. I mean, Donaldson's always the emergency if you need him, but he looks at the present and doesn't worry so much about the future and what to do with the players. He's just trying to make something happen right now.
Another 2-2 pitch to Jaso. And now full count.
Trying to get him to chase, and John Jaso, just too good of a hitter, typically will not offer it pitches out of the strike zone. contact hitter, send a runner. Well,
yep.
Let's do it. So.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Give the sign.
Just gave it to him. Punto just looked up here and
Let's go.
let's take off. He is running, and the pitch is high, walked him. So Peralta more off speed stuff, and Jason with a good at bat, and the A's have 2 on, both on walks.
Well, they saw the breaking ball, got under it, and saw it floating in. Jaso took it immediately. Hannigan was hoping for a strike to be called to throw to second. So another good at bat by the pinch hitter. Excellent bat by Punto to start the inning with a line drive by Gentry in between.
So here is Donaldson. Donaldson is 0 for 2. He's flied out a couple times, and he has walked. So 0 for 6 in the series with 2 walks. First pitch is a strike. Numbers in the late innings for Donaldson, very good. A lot of pitches for Peralta. He's already thrown 20. He's got just 1 out.
Thought it was interesting, first and second, and here's a pitcher that throws a split finger fastball. Hannigan, good catcher, but he set up for the first pitch to Donaldson with his right hand behind his back. Now, while you're protecting the throwing hand, does not put you in a very good position to block a ball in the dirt if you need to. See if he does it again, and you need to have the right hand at least around so you can go down to block him on the dirt. And he wants the pitch down, so we'll see if he places the right hand behind his back again. No. So he wanted the pitch down. The previous pitch was a fastball outside, so maybe that's a way of tipping your pitches. Put the hand behind the back, you know it's going to be a fastball, and you want the ball in the dirt, you want to have your right hand around so you can block it.
Well, players don't miss a whole lot, you know, when they sit and dug out. Pickoff, and Rodriguez was behind second base. Peralta threw his best fastball, and I think it zipped right over the head of Punto.
And fortunately, went down for a head first slide back into the bag. You're right, man. That's Rodriguez said, my fault. I didn't cover the bag. No kidding. Look at that. Fastball, hand behind his back.
May have something here, Ray. Let's keep an eye on that. So watch the right hand of Hannigan.
With the splitter, the pitch before, he wanted the ball down, but now they talk about pitchers tipping pitches. Catchers can also tip what they're doing, and watch Hannigan. That is behind the back, and there's the fastball outside. Yeah, it's bad of a pitcher. A catcher had a little bit more confidence catching a fastball that he knows is coming versus a splitter, and he wants this one down again. Second sign, 3 is a splitter. We may see it.
Watch the right hand. Oh, you're a genius, Ray. Okay, now we get down to the dugout. We got to let Donaldson know. Actually, we need to let Punto know, although he probably knows it.
Well, the rule of thumb is when there's a runner on base, you always have your hand out in front, because it's difficult to bring that right hand from behind your back around in front to block the ball. It sounds like it's such a small maneuver, but it's hard to block a ball with just one hand.
So 2-2 to Donaldson. He struck him out. One with a high fastball. For Donaldson 0 for 3. And Peralta gets the big out there.
Well, watch the hand go behind the back, and there's your fastball. A little bit above the belt, and big strikeout for Peralta. He did not go back to splitter. And Donaldson, there it is.
So here is Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes is 0 for 3. Reached on an air and scored in the second. Fly ball to right in the fourth. Pop out to second in the sixth. He's need a 2-out hit to pad their lead a little bit. Kind of a sweeping slider, but it's high. 25 pitches now for Peralta.
And Gregerson has been ready for a long time. He got up as soon as the inning started, and remember the 8th inning at the Coliseum when Jesse Chavez was trying to complete the game, but the bottom of the 8th took forever and gave up a home run to Abreu in the 9th inning. Came out throwing just 93 pitches, 90 through 8. So an 8th inning taking a long time. A relief pitcher can take a while to get loose. Fastball.
And it's low, and now it's 2-0. The 3 infielders to the left side of the diamond for Cespedes. Outfield deep and pulled toward left center.
And really, with this field turf, it's fast, and all the ball has to do is head towards the gap, and it's going to go to the wall, and the A's more than likely would have 2 runs. Just if Cespedes can make that kind of contact, and maybe even the right center, the whole right side of the infield's open, as they're expecting him to pull the ball.
2-0 pitch, high fastball. So 90 miles an hour, but Peralta comes at you with a lot of arms and legs, and then the ball's just up a little bit. And Yoenis Cespedes is never one to get cheated with his swing.
Especially 2-0 when he's looking fastball. We've seen Sean Doolittle throw the high fastball, and it's tough to catch up. A's hitters also, with a pitcher throwing a 90+ mile an hour fastball, makes it seem that much faster.
Slider, and Cespedes got a piece of it. So now it's 2-2.
So basically what Ryan Hannigan does, a fastball, hand behind his back, curveball, splitter with Peralta, hand in front of his or next to his left.
So he's preparing for the ball in the dirt.
Exactly. And using both hands, whereas the fastball he figures going to be elevated enough that he will not need to do that. It's always a critical pitch on 2-2. But with Peralta, because he throws an assortment of pitches and not afraid to throw any of them any time, it does not mean if he goes to 3-2 he wouldn't throw a splitter or a curveball.
Setting up outside, 2-2 pitch.
Oh, wow.
Peralta. Wow. Halfway to the foul line, and now he's going to turn around and go back.
Well, he saw his catcher put his hand behind his back. He figured, I've got the fastball, nailed the outside corner, and how that was not called a strike, I don't know. But Cespedes gets another chance.
So everybody's going to be moving now. Punto at second, Jaso at first. Here it is. Got it. Stayed off speed. Cespedes strikes out, and the A's strand a pair. So we are going to the bottom of the 8th inning from St. Petersburg. Good ball game tonight. A's with a 3-2 lead. Here's our game summary. It's brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. 3-1-0. That's right. The A's have just one hit, but 3 runs. The Rays 2-6-2, and those 2 errors have been very costly. The A's with a couple of unearned runs thanks to those 2 errors. Tommy Malone, he can win it. He cannot lose it. He pitched into the 6th inning. Moss with a home run. And Eric Bedard pitched well, but his defense let him down. And the Rays offense, a couple of runs tonight after being shut out last night. They've been shut out twice in their last 3 games, but a couple of runs tonight. It's 3-2, bottom of the 8th inning. And the A's have gone to the bullpen, and it's going to be Luke Gregerson. Gregerson pitched the 8th inning last night, and he's got it again tonight.
Well, they got a big double play turned 1st and 3rd. Jennings again last night to help the A's get out of the jam. So that's the defensive change. Craig Gentry moves to left field. Coco Crisp does play center field tonight, and Brandon Moss is going to go to first with, of course, Gregerson on the mound. That's the difference in the game right there. The hanging curveball to Brandon Moss off Eric Bedard. He's trying to get 6 more outs.
Longoria swings and misses. It's Longoria, Loney, and Geyer. Remember, the Rays have a couple of pretty good left-handed hitters on their bench, and DeJesus and Joyce. So I would think at some point we'll see at least one of those guys, and maybe both of them. Slider inside corner for a strike.
Perpetual smile.
Yeah, he's a happy guy.
Yeah, can't blame him. Playing the game he loves.
The 1-2 to Longoria, who is 0 for 2. He walked and scored in the 6th inning. Rolls that one foul. Chased that slider. So Gregerson on here in the 8th inning. Last night, Gregerson in the 8th, Doolittle in the 9th.
Fernando Abad gets loose in the bullpen. Long in case as you get down in this order. Actually, it's Loney, the second batter. You figure, well, I would think Gregerson would face him, but big batter right now is Longoria.
1-2 pitch. A good pitch. And a good take by Longoria, 2-2.
And I threw that one just slowly enough that Longoria could start his swing and hold up. Yes. Fernando Abad was up last inning alongside Gregerson, and Up again.
Right down the middle. Longoria took it. It was a fastball at 87 miles an hour, and it's a strikeout.
Well, he took the slider before, as you said. He took it nicely. But he had to be thinking again, because the reputation of Gregerson is slider, 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 and he throws him a fastball, and that's how easily you can fool a hitter who maybe is thinking a little bit too much. He knows it. And it's amazing what he normally can do with that pitch.
I mean, he's probably just wants to scream at the top of his lungs. Loney shoots one to left field, a base hit. Gentry hustles over to cut it off in the gap. And James Loney a couple of hits tonight. So he is the tying run.
And here's one of the left-handed hitters, and Matt Joyce. But now there's your shift. The whole left side of the infield was open. And Loney is not your prototypical pull hitter. I mean, he's big and he's a first baseman. Look at the left side of the infield. And, you know, granted, you can say a lot of times he might pull it. That pitch is outside. He went with it, which is smart hitting.
So that's Kevin Kiermaier, the pinch runner for Loney. So Kiermaier to pinch run. Joyce to pinch hit.
And we talked last night about Matt Joyce, how many opposite field hits he has, and he pinched hit last night and hit a fly ball to left field. Well, the A's are expecting him to pull the ball, and maybe off Gregerson he will. But again, the shortstop, the whole left side of the infield open.
Kiermaier has a good lead, and Joyce takes outside. Kiermaier does not have a steal at the big league level. So Matt Joyce hitting here in the 8th inning with Balfour throwing out in the bullpen. And that one bounced foul. Joyce, not a real big guy, but he's got power. Hit 18 home runs last year.
And Joyce pinch hitting now, and Joe Badden showing David DeJesus early as he's the on-deck circle to hit for Rodriguez. First and foremost, it's Matt Joyce. So the lefty's on the bench, coming off the bench.
One and one. And Kiermaier runs. Got a good jump, and the ball's whipped in the left center field, a base hit. Kiermaier is fast. He's headed for third, and he's going to get held up right at the last minute. He is a very fast runner, and I think he had thoughts about trying it. But right at the last minute, Tom Foley, the third base coach, put his hands up. So Joyce with a big pinch hit single.
And the amazing thing, if Tom Foley had known that the throw was going to go to second, he probably would have let him go, but he didn't know that. Gentry came up and threw the ball to second, which is a good idea to keep the double play in order, assuming the runner is not going to score, or at least attempt to score. So there's the hit and run. Pitch outside. Looks like Fernando Abad's going to come in to face David DeJesus, who's been announced as the pinch hitter, with Escobar in the on-deck circle.
So the wheels are turning here in St. Petersburg. So Gregerson gets one out but gives up 2 hits. So Abad against DeJesus with the game on the line here in the 8th. Sportsnet Central. It's brought to you by Hyundai. It's tonight at 10:30, and it's on Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. All the highlights from our tight ball game here in St. Petersburg. The Kings are getting a new arena. Congratulations to the Sacramento Kings. And we'll have highlights from all around Major League Baseball. A full slate of games on this Wednesday in May. Ahmed Fareed and David Feldman will host. So Gregerson leaves. He put runners at first and third. So, indeed, sometimes you get a save. Not statistically, but you can save the game in the 8th inning, and that's what Abad's going to try to do right here. He's got runners at the corners, 1 out, and the pinch hitter DeJesus stepping in.
And the A's are hopeful for a ground ball to turn a double play. DeJesus runs well enough that in itself might be difficult, but strikeout would be even better if Matt Joyce doesn't run. That's always something that you have to be concerned about. Joe Madden, kind of like Mike Scioscia, the Angels, will run anytime.
First pitch, slider just off the plate. Well, how about this, Ray? David DeJesus this year, 2 at-bats against left-handed pitching.
Wow.
Which I thought he was playing a little bit more against everybody, but not the case. 0 for 2 with a strikeout against left-handed pitchers. So that may be to Abad's advantage. Slider drops in for a strike.
Now, while that slider was a strike, and it might have been taking a pitch or taking a strike, it's a good one to hit, as Brandon Moss showed off Eric Bedard. Hitting the home run. So if you're going to throw it hard, get him to commit, swing at a bad pitch maybe.
Kiermaier at third, Joyce at first, so good speed with both of those guys. Fastball down and in. So 0 for 2 against lefties. Righties hitting .268 overall. Seven for 7 in stranding inherited runners. Very close. A fastball, I guess, off the plate. Abad not happy with that call. So now it's 3-1. On deck is the right-handed hitting Yunel Escobar. The A's bullpen is quiet, so this is now Abad's inning. DeJesus got a fastball, fouled it straight back at 91 miles an hour. All right, what do you think?
The only reason Joyce wouldn't run is because of a left-hander. If he runs late, that would hurt him if it's a strikeout, because the throw, I would hope, would go through and try to cut down the runner and try to get him, strike him out, throw him out. But you know what's a great pitch? Hard slider. You've got a lefty who has not faced a lot of left-handed pitchers, and if you throw it, try to throw it for a strike, but throw it hard. Go right back to the good heater.
Joyce not running, and the pitch is a fastball outside. He walked it. Well, got to give DeJesus some credit there. He's faced very few left-handers to this year, and he put together a pretty good at-bat.
Well, Bob Melvin just said those infielders play for 2, and of course you have to do that to try to get out of the inning. You sacrifice a run that would tie the game. But remember his last at bat, Escobar, against Fernando Rodriguez, a big base hit to pull the Rays to within 1 run. And of course that came on a 3-1 fastball. He fouled a 2-0 fastball back, and then caught up to the 3-1 for a base hit just to the left of Punto. Closer to Punto, the A's could turn a double play to get out of the inning.
Moss in, and the first pitch is a strike. So
great curveball. Floated in, and Escobar sitting fastball and took it all the way.
So Abad jumps ahead of Escobar. That one's low. So the count even at 1-1. Balfour is loose and ready to go out in the Rays bullpen.
It's interesting. Derek Norris caught the ball that was in the dirt, threw it immediately back to Abad. And I don't know if Escobar asked for a new baseball or Abad didn't like the scuff on it. And it's Jim Johnson warming up.
Kiermaier, Joyce, De Jesus are the runners.
Some pitchers don't know what to do with a scuffed baseball.
That's a shame.
It is. Because you can do a lot of magical tricks with the scuffed baseball, but your catcher also needs to know what the pitcher might be doing with the ball.
Fastball hit high down the right field line. Bounces right on the bullpen chairs and into the seats. So now Abad ahead of the count, and he's got enough to strike out a right-handed hitter, and we have seen that.
And especially the fastball inside, and also the two pitches, especially the last one to Escobar, he came to set quick pitched, and we saw Bedard do it and get away with it, have success. And Escobar a little tardy on the fastball. So the good fastball inside. See if Derek Norris moves in as he did with Tommy Malone.
And that one's hit toward short. Punto scoops it up out at second, and the throw is high, but Moss tags him, and that's a double play, and the Rays do not score. So another big double play turned by the A's in this series, and it turns away the Rays here in the 8th.
What a Houdiniac. A ground ball to short. To first. Comes off the bag. Does Moss to tag Escobar. A 6-4-3 double play to get out of the inning. And what a big play by the Athletics again. They did it last night. Jennings with the bases loaded. Jennings first and third. And they do it tonight with the bases loaded and a 6-4-3 double play, and Abad says thank you, got it done. But the key there, Kai, getting ahead of Escobar where he could do whatever he wanted to do. He threw the good fastball inside part of the plate. Escobar not as aggressive as he was against Fernando Rodriguez, and Fernando Abad gets the double play that he wanted. It was great.
So Balfour comes in. So it looks like Balfour He was going to pitch the top of the ninth, whether the Rays
exactly
tied it, took the lead, or did not score. As the case was, they did not score. So his first pitch to Norris is outside. Norris, Moss, and Sogard in the top of the ninth inning. Matt Joyce is in the game in left. Kevin Kiermaier is now in the game in right. There's a couple more changes that will give you. Norris pops one up. Will Myers, the new first baseman, comes over, but it's into the seats. The new second baseman is Logan Forsythe. And Myers now at first base. So Forsythe, remember, he was the DH. So for the second night in a row, Joe Mann will lose the DH, but that's generally sounds a lot worse than it is.
Yeah. And Sean Doolittle loosening the A's bullpen. And the A's trying to get an insurance run for him. Pep, I thought interesting, and we get the notes from the clubs when we say are coming into Tampa Bay. Left-hander got the same last night for the A's, gets loose again. But I was surprised that in the notes for Grant Balfour, they actually talked about the percentage of fastballs he had thrown this year. Surprisingly low, about 53%. But they're telling the world basically that that's what he's doing. And normally those notes are kept secret. And of course, teams might know based on scouting reports, but for the home club to put in the notes that's the percentage of fastballs that he throws. Of course, we have seen him throw a lot of different pitches, but he has thrown more fastballs in this at bat to Derek Norris maybe than he has any time.
So the count is full to Norris.
Remember, Grant Balfour had a contract with the Orioles that at the last, after he had agreed and everything was agreed upon, and it was, I guess you could say, the Orioles reneged on it.
And it's a walk. Another good at bat by Norris. Takes a close pitch. So walk number 6 by A's hitters.
You will not find a more fired up closer than Grant Balfour. And that's the last day in 2012. A remarkable comeback, and as the players celebrated, Balfour, of course, that was Pittsburgh. Got the save. Remember, he had 44 consecutive saves before Dominguez blew it, and you know he was a great teammate, great closer.
Yeah, he did a good job. He was as good as any closer for that stretch.
Absolutely.
I mean, 44 consecutive saves. That's hard to do.
You know, the fire that he had was really kind of contagious. Sure. You could see the players, and granted, he takes a lot of time. He's I'm sure ultra fired up tonight, facing his former team for the first time. But he does live in the area, so as he said, he had the contract with the Orioles. Took a little bit less money after the Orioles declined to continue with the contract, and ended up signing here where he had pitched before, and he lives at home. So I guess all things worked out well for him.
Ended up being a 2-year, $12 million deal that he signed with the Rays.
It's about 15 plus with the Orioles that they'd agreed upon.
Now it's 2-0. So the A's received 6 walks last night. They've received 6 walks tonight. And that would generally lead you to believe that the Rays pitchers are all over the place, but I think in this case the A's hitters deserve a lot more credit because they have laid off some close pitches. Not close there. It's 3-0. Now Balfour working himself into some trouble here. And that one's not close, and back-to-back walks to open up the top of the 9th inning.
You know, one of the problems Balfour might be having now, Jim Hickey, his pitching coach, is going to talk to him, but he's throwing nothing but fastballs, and we've seen him in the past when he has stayed with that one pitch. He's had some difficulties. Last night it was 3-0 thanks to a couple of big double plays when Sean Doolittle came in to strike out a couple of the ninth inning. And right now a 1-run lead for the Athletics. A strange line score for the A's. But they'll take it.
That is strange, yeah.
They'll take it because they have the 3 in the correct column. Unearned as they are, but they are runs.
Astros and the Angels are underway. No score in the bottom of the second in Anaheim. Rubber game of that 3-game series.
Well, all the infield discussion now, they're expecting a bunt as Eric Sogard in this spot in the batting order. Longoria went over to talk to the right side of the infield. He bunted last night and got a base hit on a ball that was, I guess, considered a base hit. At least that's what the official score said.
Not bunting, and there's a strike. 91 miles an hour from Baltimore. First at bat for Sogard. He came in for defense. And now Sogard shows bunt and pulls the bat back, and it's 1-1. Longoria, a couple steps in on the grass. Myers on the edge of the grass, the first baseman. Sogard takes strike 2 on the outside corner.
Oh, that's a perfect fastball. Hannigan, you know it's a fastball. His hands behind his back.
So Balfour ahead in the count with Reddick in the on-deck circle. One-two pitch. Late call, strike 3, and Sogard can't believe it. And there's no question that Milwaukee thought about it a little longer than
yes, he did.
usual.
Hannigan's outside. Watch this ball tail away. It's down, it's outside, he brings it back, but you call it where it crosses a plate. Milwaukee's been around too long to make this late of a call, and almost like he hesitated before bringing up the right arm. And it seemed like the longer Hannigan held the ball, the more time it gave for Milwaukee to make the call and strike him out.
So 1 out. Here's Reddick. Reddick reached on an air and knocked in a run. And then he has popped up to third and hit a fly ball to center. So he's 0 for 3 with an RBI. And now Balfour knows the outside corner's there for him, and he's using it.
And that's where his catcher too can just stay out there, go out as far as he can to get the strike call.
0-1. Missed outside this time. 1-1. In the bottom of the ninth inning, it'll be Jennings, Forsythe, and the catcher Hannigan, the bottom 3 in the order. What you don't want is the lineup to turn over. Then you face Myers and Longoria.
Darren Bush has just told Sean Doolittle just the same thing that you did. He's got the lineup card. He's bullpen coach Darren Bush.
So he said, hey, Sean, don't let the lineup turn over.
That's right.
So 1 and 2, and we'll see if Balfour just stays on that outside corner, and I guess there's probably no reason not to. We'll see.
He was a starting pitcher, so he has an assortment of pitches, as we saw. He keeps shaking Hannigan, and usually when he's been shaking, he's gone back to the fastball. And
a fastball is low. So it's been Bedard, Boxberger, McGee, Peralta, and Balfour. The Rays used 4 relievers last night. They've used 4 relievers tonight. And that one's hit one hop toward the shortstop. Escobar takes it himself, throws to first. Not in time as Myers couldn't dig it out, but I think Reddick had it beat anyways. And I think if Escobar had to do it again, he may have flipped it to his second baseman. He took it himself, and I think it took a little bit longer than he thought, and that allowed Reddick to beat it.
Well, you can see where the second baseman is, but he was going to the bag. He was there, and you're right. There's no doubt that Escobar, he almost knocked Myers off first base, but it's also a case of Brandon Moss was a long way off first base. Josh Reddick doing a great job hustling down the line, and it was going to be an interesting play. The ball was in the dirt, but got the second baseman there. Give it to him.
I think he knows it.
Yeah.
So it keeps the inning going, and it gives Punto a chance. Punto 0 for 2 with a walk. First pitch is a high strike. The Rays bullpen has thrown more innings than any other team in the American League.
You know,
it's the case again tonight and last night.
And a lot of fastballs from Grant Balfour. Maybe with the runner at third base might see even more. And he's staying with it. Because he has a curveball, but has to be maybe a little concerned about bouncing one if he should throw it. But he is nailing the outside corner.
Norris at third. Reddick at first. And Reddick takes off, got a huge jump, pitches up and away, so Reddick will get a stolen base. Or he will not get a stolen base. He's going to get defensive indifference, I believe is the call.
That's not with a one-run game. I'm sorry.
They're holding him on as well.
Yeah, exactly. Just that Balfour never pays attention to any base runners anyway.
Yeah,
no, that's a stolen base.
They're holding you on in a 3-2 game in the ninth inning.
Yeah.
With the game on the line and you take off running, it's a stolen base.
Yeah, the official score just assumed because nobody covered and they didn't throw. That's some difference.
Fastball outside, 2-2.
I gave him a stolen base. That outside corner, and it just kept outside, and that's outside. And I'm surprised that Hannigan, as long as he's caught, that he holds the ball as long as he does, because that's a no-no for a home plate umpire. So you have to think fastball outside, huh?
So a pair of runners in scoring position, but the A's would love to pick up those 2 runs.
And especially not have a force because of the stolen base.
I'm going to miss. He struck him out and got him with a curveball. So Balfour walks 2 to lead off the inning and then gets out of it. So the A's strand a pair, and we are headed to the bottom of the ninth. Doolittle will try to close it. It's a 3-2 A's lead. Phillies closer. And he's got very little wiggle room. It's a 3-2 lead. And Doolittle, more strikeouts, fewer walks. The gold is this year. The green is last year. And significantly more strikeouts. And significantly fewer walks because he's only walked one all year.
Yeah. As
so Doolittle this year with 1 walk and 30 strikeouts in 22 innings. That's not too shabby. 1-2, 3.27 ERA, and he's looking for his 4th save.
And we saw last night with Longoria leading off the 9th inning. Of course, a 3-0 deficit for the Rays at that time, and Doolittle just fired fastballs up in the zone, couldn't catch up. We'll see if they show a little bit more patience tonight, especially for Jennings leading off. Well, they don't have but 1 hit through 9 innings, so let's hope it doesn't go into extra innings to try to get the 2nd hit.
No, let's not have to worry about getting a 2nd hit. 1 hit, and it was a Moss home run. That's amazing. 2 unearned runs in the 2nd inning on 2 walks and 2 errors. First pitch to Desmond Jennings is a fastball a bit high. Jennings, Forsythe, Hannigan, 3 right-handed hitters. And again, if anybody gets on, it'll be Myers.
And that's the pitch that Longoria swung at last night, the first pitch and the 2nd pitch and the 3rd pitch, the higher fastball.
That's called a strike on the inside corner. Jennings with a bloop double in the 2nd, then he grounded out in the 5th and again in the 6th. Outside corner, strike 2 called.
But it's interesting last night that Sean Doolittle told us in the post-game interview that he likes to get ahead early with the fastball down and then try to elevate to get the strikeout. And we'll see if he does that now after throwing back-to-back fastballs for strikes. Derek Norris usually gives him the sign, and last instant will give the target up. Not this time, though.
And that one a little up, maybe not quite as much as he wanted, but still at 95 miles an hour. One of the biggest outs in this game were gotten by Fernando Abad, getting Escobar to hit into a double play with the bases loaded and 1 out in a 3-2 game. 1-2 pitch. There it is. High fastball. Jennings swings and misses, and that's out number 1.
So the plan is perfect as Abad looks on and get ahead, strikes, and then Derek Norris a little bit higher target. He goes up the ladder, and tell you, if you've ever tried to hit a high fastball mid-90s, it's hard to do because it looks like it's a sign of a beach ball, and it looks like it's so hittable, and next thing you know, you're heading back to dugout.
So 1 out for Logan Forsythe. And that may be his 1 pitch to hit right there. It was a fastball down around the knees, and he fouled it back.
But that's a 95 4-seamer.
Fastball just a bit outside. Hannigan in the on-deck circle.
And Sean Doolittle has developed a slider, which is a good slider, a changeup, but occasionally he will throw. But he's seeing all right-handers.
Missed again, 2-1.
And Jesus can say he had to walk against the left-hander, although he was on the bases when Hayes turned the double play.
Now 3-1 as that one runs off the plate.
Fell off a little bit towards the third base side as the ball ran away from the right-hander.
So Doolittle behind in the count. 3-1 is popped up. Wow. It will come down at some point if anybody sees it, and it falls. Boy, I tell you what, I looked up, Ray, and it came very close to hitting, I believe they call it the C ring.
Yeah.
How it didn't hit, I don't know.
Well,
and Bob Melvin's going to talk about it.
They may have, because that's what they're going to talk about.
But it was up there, right around a couple speakers that are right above us.
And Donaldson came running in and looked as if he was underneath it. And watch how he changes direction right there, and it changed directions, and that's what they're going to look at. And yeah, it did. It hit the speaker. Yeah.
I think it did hit something.
Yeah, it did.
Something
yeah,
moved
it changed direction. Yeah, it did.
All right. Well, is this reviewable?
All right. What's the rule? Because it landed in fair territory. It did hit that ring, and Joe Maddon's going to come up and.
Well, yeah. The question is, what is the rule if it hits the ring? And I think it's play. I think it's in play.
See here, right there, it hit right there, changed direction. And of course, the Rays know better than anyone as far as what happens. And Joe Maddon. See, Tom Foley, I think, is trying to say that it hit where it hit, and it came down in fair territory. So.
Well, I'm trying to look at the rules here for Tropicana Field. I don't know if that'll help us any. But...
Wow. And only at the Trop when that happened. That was up as high, and you just don't expect a ball to be hitting in that direction.
Yeah, I don't see any.
Yeah.
Or some kind
well, they have the rings for the outside, for the in left field and the outfield for home runs.
But I have seen the rule somewhere. What happens if it hits those rings and lands fair?
Well, they're going to look at it.
They're still talking, and we're going to check with the. Let me see if the home guys know the exact rule.
Well, Bob Bennett, he said foul. Yeah, watch as it changes direction. Donaldson's going after it, and he starts to go backwards because if you could show again where it hits and how it changes direction, because and Donaldson, watch this. Watch it's going up, and watch this when it hits, it goes to the left. And that's the change of direction.
So it's a crew chief review. Right. So they can look at it
on a non-home run call.
All right.
But the question is, we know it hit the speaker, changed direction. What is the rule?
Exactly.
And
you can tell that it hit it.
I think we're just getting clarification. Maybe of what happens.
Right, they're about to let us know what the replay review is.
First base. Yeah, because if it hits in fair territory, it's fair, and that's where it hit.
Right, so
and that's what Tom Foley was trying to explain to Pat Hoberg at third, that where it hit was in fair territory, and it came back down in fair territory.
So where it hits on one of the rings above, so if it hits what they deem it hit the ring straight up in fair territory, comes down, live ball.
Right. But it's a very difficult play to make, as Donaldson just, which, again, that's
a tough break for the A's.
Yeah, it is, because that's a catchable ball. And then you might ask, say Donaldson's under it. Watch how he has to come back, change direction, head back towards the mound because of the change direction of the baseball. If it lands in foul territory, it's foul, but it landed in fair territory.
So,
my question.
I think the Trop got the A's there, and it'll go as a base hit for Forsythe, and now here's Hannigan. So that's the 9th hit for the Rays, and the first pitch to Hannigan is foul back.
You know, in fact, my question is, why is Forsythe still at first base? As high as the ball was hit, if he's sprinting, and the home players know the rules.
You would think, yeah.
And as high as that is, that's like a sun ball at the Coliseum. But ball straight up, and if he's running hard, you'd have to think, as high as the ball was hit, and especially with change of direction, they would be at second. So maybe the A's can catch a break there. Hannigan hit a ground ball and make it hurt him again.
And that is the tying run. You're right. Hannigan, fastball, fouls it back, and it's 0-2.
It's back-to-back shots off the mask of Derek Norris. Donaldson back at third after trying to catch the ball, and now Doolittle back-to-back fastballs to Hannigan. Fouled straight back, but
Forsythe does not have a stolen base or a stolen base attempt this year. Outfield playing deep. Forsythe does have a good lead, though. And that one is fouled just to our right. And the count remains 0-2. Will Myers is your on-deck hitter.
I remember that game.
I bet you do. 0-2 pitch, popped up. This one not high enough to get to one of the rings. And Punto grabs it, and that's out number 2.
But I would have to say Ryan Hannigan had plenty of fastballs to hit, and that just is how impressive it is of the fastball by Sean Doolittle to Hannigan, that he could not drive the ball, make solid contact. You got 4 fastballs, fouled off 3, and popped up one weakly the second. It's a pretty good fastball hitter, Myers.
So this would be a good matchup here with the game in the balance. Myers against Doolittle. Myers is 2 for 4. He has got a couple of singles, and he has scored a run. First pitch, strike called. Outside corner, strike 2.
Well, this is a perfect fastball outside corner. Keeps it down low. And now, does he try to elevate?
Oh, 2 pitch, and Myers just got a piece of it.
Derek Norris had to go off his catcher's mitt and slammed his hand into the mitt. Tough for a foul ball. Foul tip, it's off the edge. There's no way. And there's nothing you can do about it.
So we'll do the 0-2 count again. Oh, 2 pitch. Hit foul right side on a fastball. So I think Doolittle's throwing all fastballs tonight. 18 pitches, 18 fastballs.
That's right. Reminiscent of his major league debut against the Rangers when he faced the 3 tough right-handers and struck all 3 out. Cruz, Beltre, and Napoli. He's not elevated one in this at-bat to Myers like he did to Jennings leading off the inning. There it is.
Myers does not chase. That was a little too high. 1-2 the count.
But you watch Derek Norris as he moves inside and again gives the target about belt high. And that's the indication that he wants Doolittle to try to go up the ladder a little bit more.
One-two pitch, and that one was a little more hittable, but still the velocity, and Myers could not quite get to it as he fouls it a little bit late.
You know, and the one thing is you see the fastball, and you stayed with the fastball, and Derek Norris is going to talk to him. The one thing you don't want to do is get beat with your second best pitch. His fastball is his best pitch. Location is great if he can elevate. Makes it even harder with 2 strikes to hit. But while a slider would be great, you make a mistake, it could be a mistake. So that's the dilemma for a pitcher catcher, especially with seeing as many fastballs. That's 6 fastballs to Myers. 1 out of the strike zone, the other strikes, 3 fouled after 2 strikes.
Here we go, 1-2. Foul back again. Good battle, Myers and Doolittle.
The only thing that with the count 1-2 is Myers thinking, is he going to throw something besides the fastball? Because if he was 100% sure that he was going to get nothing but fastball, as Escobar did on a 3-1 from Fernando Rodriguez, it's a different setup. But if there's that slight hesitancy in your swing and your thought process of what you're going to see, it slows down your swing a bit. That's why a high fastball could maybe get the swing through.
And that one bounced foul, and that one ran on the inner part of the plate.
Can't remember exactly the year, but the infamous Dodger Yankee World Series with Bob Welsh, the rookie facing Reggie Jackson.
Just kept pumping
fastballs. And he finally struck out Reggie, but this is now the 9th pitch. All fastballs. He's fouled 5. He started 0-2. And Myers maybe still thinking, is he going to stay with the heater?
Third pitch of the inning for Doolittle. See if it's his last one, as Myers is going to step back. One-two, going to throw to first. Gentry, the left fielder, is way off the line. The A's just can't imagine Myers pulling the ball down into that left field corner. 1-2 pitch, slider, and it's low. So there it was. It's not quite close enough to tease Meyer at all.
And the only good thing or better thing that he could do now is back it up with another slider, because after missing with that pitch, I would have to think Myers is thinking fastball. So 1 slider, he missed, and if that's the case, it might allow him to load up a little earlier.
2-2 pitch is hit high and foul, so the battle continues. That one into the upper deck. So it's a 10-pitch at bat with more to come. Not a bad way to end the ball game. So Myers steps back in, slightly open stance. Forsythe is the tying runner at first. Fastball, he struck him out, and Doolittle wins the battle, and the A's win the ball game. Well, what a game tonight. So the bullpen again comes to the rescue, and the A's have now won 5 in a row, and they have won 11 out of 12.
And there's the 11th pitch, the 10th fastball on the at bat, and finally Myers, who fouled off 6, upstairs with the fastball. And no chance, as Doolittle says, if I can't pitch tomorrow after all those fastballs and all these pitches, that's fine, because he's gotten back-to-back saves. And this one a little bit different tonight because it was a 1-run lead.